two are amazing. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
Joe did all of it.
Best comments director.
I hovered and provided moral support, maybe, but even that feels like a lot to claim.
We appreciate the moral support.
Four of one of each of these cards, and then she'll get you that. I haven't seen these two in so long. I haven't seen them since last year.
Oh wait,
Do I need to sign or anything?
Chloe, you don't know which committee you're on?
You
You're
will
on
have to
student
check
affairs.
in.
Testing.
Big work.
One second.
Sorry.
Wait,
We'll
what?
have to check in.
Ready? Oh, it's up there. Just look at that. You just look at the screen in front of you. Oh, you scroll on the side of that screen. That's how I do it. Oh, you don't. So you just go straight to this one and just yeah. That's why sharing is hard. Are you ready? Or check it out to make sure you're good first. All right. You good? All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. It is 7:31, and I call this meeting of the Student Senate to order. Proxy Secretary Urchuk or Watts. Can you call the roll?
Yes. Okay. So say present if you're present, proxy if you're proxy, and absent. Oh, we don't say absent because you won't be here. So, Aleem. Okay. 1 second, everyone. Okay. Hello. 1 second, everyone.
It breaks every time.
Give me 1 second.
Do you want to? Apologies, we're having technical difficulties. Give us 1 second. Do you have access to edit machine?
It's what I do, but it won't let me edit. Can I use someone else's computer? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can. Actually, you can come switch with Paul real quick. Just use mine. Okay, and then just keep going. I should have access to that, right? Oh, you're just gonna have to look up there. It's on the top screen.
Okay.
Or is that harder for you to call out the names?
Aleem. Ahmed.
That should be a proxy. Mike.
Aleem. Proxy. Who's editing it? Because I can't.
Yeah, just press X.
I don't.
Oh my. Okay. Just try it right here and then let's just do it there. Yeah. Oh, what's that? All right. Go ahead. There you go.
We're gonna try this again because now I can edit it. Okay, so Abdul Aleem. Okay. Ahmed. Okay.
Next.
Aleem.
Lean.
Al Shamari. Apperson. Baker. Barker. Barrett. Biggs. Boaz.
So present.
Cars. Carter.
Absent.
Shiganti. Cook. DeVay.
Present.
Davis. And then Dewberry.
Present.
Dean. Dixon. Dunn. Echeburu. Okay. Fields. Frank. Hardwick. Hernandez. Ibrahim. Okay. Joshi. Kalina. Leanon. You know, okay. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundergan. Lundergan. Menges Staub. Sorry if I said that wrong.
That was it.
Okay, not here. Mobley. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Piriani. Price. Rao. Okay. Robertson. Robinson. Rolfe. Roman. Roth. Roy. Shonik. Seitz. Shahid. Smith. Taylor. Urchuk. Me, I'm present. Webb. Webster. Wetzberger. Watley. Williams. Williams. Zolikin. Okay. Yasa. And then Joe. Okay. All right. Did I miss anyone or get anything wrong?
Mr. President. Pittman present. I don't think my name was called.
Did you get them?
Oh,
All
There
right,
we go.
we'll-
I got you. Sorry.
all right. With 47 and present and 13 with 47 present, 13 absent, 13 proxies and 13 absent, 6 proxies. We do have quorum and our business is valid. Sorry, I couldn't read that. All right. Could you go back to the other tab real quick? And then switch out to follow. Top left. Yep. Oh, I got you. Okay. Sorry, technical difficulties. Manning the computer is harder than it looks. All right, please go join me in the recitation of the student government mission statement. Founded and funded by students, the NC State University student government encourages students to express their concerns and ideas, promotes an environment of open discourse and academic excellence, and proactively represents the student voice to the university administration and board of trustees through ethical and accountable public service. Awesome. Thank you. And now we're going to move into the receipts of petitions and correspondence addressed to the Senate. First up, we have the Board of Elections Chair, Zach Ettinger. Do you have did you send the presentation, Zach?
Yes, it's on the agenda.
Awesome. Please give Zach your full attention while he is up here presenting. I'll just hit slideshow real quick.
All right, can I start? All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a great fall break. Today, I'm just going to go over the fall election, which happened from the 23rd, 24th, which were the voting days, and then the election reveal, which occurred on the 25th. So we're just going to go over those small little details. It shouldn't be that long because I know everyone has homework to get to, so I'll try to be brief about it. All right. So we're going to go over some general statistics and details about the election. As I said, the general voting period, which was for both undergraduate and graduate seats, was on the 23rd and 24th of September from 11:59 or 12:01 a.m. on September 23rd to 11:59 p.m. on September 24th. On the 25th at 8:30 p.m., we had an election reveal party where we revealed our 10 winners for the undergraduate seats and our 3 new graduate senators as well. So, and there was also a runoff, which was called about, I think, around 3 hours after the election reveal ended, which, just in case you don't know, a runoff is where the margin between the runner-up to the last seat was so, close, within 1%, that they called basically for a recount, where basically it's between those 2 candidates. Usually there's about an 8-hour period. We had that runoff from 8 a.m. on September 27th, which was a Friday, up until 8 p.m. that day, which we only had our 2 runoff candidates. So there are your general details. For our undergraduate race, we had 22 different candidates, which was extremely high considering, president last year we had 18, I believe 18 or 19, which was a record for the first time since COVID. So I'm glad we got so many candidates. And once again, 10 seats were up for election and 10 people got elected. And for our graduate seats, there are only 3 candidates. So yeah, next slide, please. So voting details. I know voting and election integrity is a very important topic, so I'm going to go over that real quick. We use Get Involved, which, just in case you don't know, is a very popular website among NC State students. A lot of clubs use it, to invite people, to send out event details and such. The great thing about Get Involved is that it uses different databases from our university, and it's able to determine what your year, what your major is, and that's how you're eligible to vote for our first year election, which is what occurred in the fall. It's extremely important to have this simply because only first years can vote. So first years, transfer students, grad students, as long as it was your first year here at State, the program recognized that because you would be new to the system and it allowed you to vote. And once again, Get Involved has been used in the past, so it is a very reputable source. And for the actual, ballot itself, you were able to select up to how many seats were being elected. So in case of the undergraduates, you could elect or select up to 10 different people on the ballot. So remember that there are 22 different people running and you could select up to 10. So you weren't required to elect up to 10, but you could have. And the same thing goes for the graduate race, except it was only 3 candidates and you could elect up to 3. So you didn't have to pick all 3, but you could pick 1, 2, or all 3. It was all up to you. And there was also an abstention in both of them. And for our runoff election for the undergraduates, there were only 2 candidates. So there's only 1 option. You couldn't select multiple there. So there's that. All right. So we're just going to go over some statistics on the different races themselves. So we're going to go start with the first year undergraduate race. So we had 470 voters in total. So the number of votes and number of voters is different because remember, there were 470 individuals that did vote. That did not mean there were 470 votes. I just want to make that clear because remember, each voter could select up to 10 people to vote for. So there's a bit of variation there. So don't just multiply that number by 10 because once again, there's variation. But 470 individuals voted with our undergraduates. And these are the percentages of the people that won their seats. There's a 0.71% abstention from voting, which is included at the bottom, but these are your percentages. We don't usually give away the numbers of votes that each person got, but remember, this is only 10. If you want to see all 22 candidates and the final slide, there are the total results. I just did it because 1, these are the people that are sitting in the Senate here today, and 2, because that's a lot of text on one slide, right? Yes. And now we're going to go to the runoff, which once again occurred on that Friday after the election reveal, which was on Wednesday. So throughout this 8-hour period, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the 27th, we got 150 individual voters. These were only undergraduate first years. But yes, I think that's pretty good turnout for a runoff. And those are your percentages. It was pretty close, but at the end of the day, it was still valid. And for our graduate seats, we had 168 individual voters. This is similar to the undergraduate where people could vote to up to 3 different people. So they were present for the graduates. And just remember, for the different elections that happened, only undergraduate first years could vote in the undergraduate one, and only first year graduate students could vote in this election. So I think we had a pretty good turnout considering that the graduate school is smaller than our usual undergraduate. But yes. And those are your graduate results right there. So it's awesome. And where results are available, links right there. I put them and archive them on their student government website. You can find past election results as well. Everything's up to regulation. I just followed precedent, so everything looks neat. But yeah, that's my report. Next slide. Any questions? Senator Dean, where are you calling?
Senator Dean.
Okay. Sorry.
Mistake me if I'm wrong, but in previous sessions, the runoff like elections
Mhm.
was the day after
Yes.
Wednesday. So why was it on
Mhm.
Friday?
So in statutes, it is up to the discretion of the chair. Number one, I want to establish that if the circumstances are there. There was a bit of a mishap on the night of the election. Everything's good. We got all cleared out, but that's the main reason why that I wanted to try something else out because once again, it is under my discretion. And I figured, given the fact that these are first years and given the fact that they would have to turn out something so quickly, I just wanted to try that out. If that is that good? Is that a satisfactory response? Okay, good.
Senate President Miranda, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, there was a delay in miscommunication when it came to who was involved in the runoff, and it was essentially too late for by the time the normal thing, and also we wanted to try something as well. So yeah.
Here, if I just want to add on to that, it was not too late because the runoff was still declared at about 11 p.m., which is still within regulation. It's just some things happened that I just wanted to add. It would just allow a bit more space for it.
Senator Dean.
Follow-up question, just for my knowledge. What's like the latest you can do, like the runoff election?
Once again, that is up to discretion of the chair. There is no latest date per se. If something does happen, the chair is able to move it, which is what I did. I moved it one day past just for, helping these students get used to the election process because once again, their first years, they haven't done this before. And the runoff was a very sudden thing, right? It was my first election. There's a bit of a miscommunication there. And while it all is good within statutes, I just wanted to, give some breathing room to these guys.
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you know why we might have seen any abstentions in this race if it's only first years voting for first years?
Honestly, that's a good question. Because once again, you can select abstain from voting. So maybe some people thought, I just want to vote for one candidate and then abstain from the rest. That might have been a reason why. At the same time, you never know. I mean, the ballot itself, I think, is pretty straightforward. Select up to 10 people, but some people might have seen abstention saying, hey, I want to vote for 2 people, then I'm going to abstain from the rest. That's a possible reason why. Either way, it was just 0.71%. So it wasn't anything too major.
Sounds great. All right. Any other questions for the BOE chair? Senator Berry.
Hi. In the previous election, there were cases of Get Involved having some glitches and technical difficulties, at least that I know of. Were there any such reported cases this time?
There were, there was 2 instances. We checked everything with the database, by the way. So everything there was valid, but there were 2 instances, from what I understand, where we had to print out a provisional ballot, but that was it from what I saw.
Senator Rolfe, I saw a question from you.
So the incoming undergraduate class is quite large, and there was not as many votes as I expected. So what is the plan for increasing voter engagement for spring election and the next fall election?
Yeah, in all honesty, the fall election is going to be a smaller turnout than the spring election. Remember, this is only one college or, undergraduate first years. In the spring, you're going to have an election for every single one of the delegations here, which that's a lot. Chas is huge. We had 17 people running last year for 7 seats. But once again, not only is it my job to get out stuff, but it's also up to you guys as candidates as well. One thing I want to notice that I noticed was the fact that there was a severe lack of physical campaigning from what I saw whenever, during my election last year in the 103rd session, posters were everywhere, all kinds of stuff. It was mostly digital, which I found to be very interesting because you guys you still had a great turnout. I'm not shutting that down. It's on par with what the previous ones have been for fall elections. But we're going to still send out as much material as we can, but it also relies on the candidates as well to get the word out.
Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the BOE chair, if you know how many people voted in last year's first year election, and is that kind of a implicator for how many are going to turn out in the spring general election?
So 425. Huh. Okay. So we had about 425 people show up in our last election last year. One of my former BOE commissioners just told me, because he was in the Board of Elections under my predecessor, Maria Montano. So she would know more about that than I do. But once again, it's interesting to think of it as an indicator for the spring election, because our first years did bring out a great turnout this year. But once again, it's also up to every single other delegation to get turnout up, right? I mean, given everything that has been going on with student government and how it has become a much more popular topic amongst students today, I would say the turnout will probably be better than last spring election. That's at least my prediction. But yes.
Senator Dean.
So I noticed on the website under like fall 2024 candidates, I know previous years there is always violation stars for like, I guess like the reports and stuff that like haven't been turned in, like the financial reports. Was everyone like great this year and turning it on time? Because there's no violations.
Yes. So for violations, so on the website we didn't put anything down there, but mostly everyone was good. Yes. If that makes sense, I would say there weren't any violation hearings.
So I guess like, did everyone turn in like their expense reports on time?
Yes.
Oh, good job, everyone.
Daniel, point of information. Yeah, there wasn't any room for error with that, because even if people did get a violation hearing, they would not be removed, or excuse me, if they did not turn their expense report, they would not be taken out of the race.
All right, last question.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, follow-up question to that. So does that mean like, because given that there were violations for the spring election, will you plan to keep this website updated for people who want to view to see like competitors and stuff like that?
It is my plan too. Once again, you do have to remember, this is my first time as chair, and I did not get website access until pretty late into the election process. So I apologize for that misstep on my part, but nothing was too major to where, you know, it would take someone out of the race completely. So it was not a huge deal in my opinion.
All right. If nothing else, period of questions has now ended, and we will thank BOE Chair Ettinger for his time. Can you get the agenda? Okay. And now we'll move into the approval of the journal of previous minutes. Secretary Watts, did you or Secretary Carter receive any corrections?
Nope.
Awesome. In that case, do I have a motion to amend the minutes or approve the minute? Senator Baker. Second by Senate President Miranda. All right. Second by Proxy Weeks. All right. All in favor of approving the journal of the media's previous minutes, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. It has been so approved. Now we'll move into a period of open floor comments from the student body. Anyone can speak for up to 3 minutes each, for a total time of up to 15 minutes. I don't see anyone. So we're going to move into the period of reports of the officers. And we'll start with Student Body Treasurer Adams. Oral reports? Yes, oral reports this time. And then click on the report.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Things are well in the Treasury branch. Just a few hours ago, we received the first bundle of checks from the fall 24 appropriation cycle. So we are kicking off check distribution for the fall 2024 appropriation cycle. In addition, now that appropriations is a little bit quieter, we can kick off our Treasury branch initiatives. For one, our financial literacy branch is going to start developing a lot of resources designed to help club treasurers with their roles. And then we're also developing what we call chats with the Treasury. This is going to be a time for student organizations to come and sit down with me and Lanadia and express what they like, what they don't like about the appropriations process. And we really want it to be a time where we can get feedback, get criticism, so that we can develop a better appropriations process overall. That's it.
Sounds great. Any questions for the student body treasurer or her proxy? If none, we'll move into the report of the student body vice president, Isaac Carreño, and you'll get 6 minutes so you can also deliver student body president Mark Kurt's report.
Good evening, everyone. How are y'all doing? Hope you all had a fun fall break. My report, I have a few cabinet highlights as always. The Engaged Citizenry Speaker Series. Sid Fryer, director of that organization, has planned 4. She's done 3, and now we're on our final one, which is actually tomorrow. I sent an email about it not too long ago. So if you could scroll down, just so we can show the graphic there. But the event is tomorrow, Witherspoon, and it's a conversation with living room candidates. It's a collaboration between Pack the Polls and Gov Affairs. And if you want to learn more about your City of Raleigh candidates, talk to them one-on-ones, get to know who you're electing and voting for, come out to that event. And it'll be the final event in the Engaged Citizenry Speaker Series. So shout out to Sid for her hard work on that. Highlighting Route 9. This is another advocacy effort from student government. You're seeing it every time I go to Hillsborough, I see Route 9. And so make sure you're taking advantage of that. It takes you from Hillsborough Street all the way to downtown Raleigh in one straight shot compared to what was before was very convoluted. And NC State students get to go on Go Raleigh for free. So fill out that waiver in my report to do it for free. Noche de Baile was a success. Jackie Gonzalez, student body president during the 97th session, was here, and she delivered some fun remarks, and I got to learn how to dance, and it was a great time. So happy that ENA and comms, those 2 departments worked on that, and it was great to collaborate with MSA as well. Finally, Campus Services Night Walk, that's coming soon, so be on the lookout for that. But that's historically what has been done by that department, is a night walk to see safety on campus. But we're also collaborating with Equity and Accessibility to do an accessibility night walk on that same one, so seeing the accessibility concerns for students. The Department of Equity and Accessibility is also working on compiling a report of accessibility concerns around campus. Our wellness department is working this session to get student government as a Wolfpack Wellness certified student organization. So hopefully we can get that done. We already do a lot of wellness practices, and so it's just a matter of compiling it all and submitting that to the wellness, to University Wellness. And then I'll highlight Fall Retreat. That is October 26th. It's going to be a fun time. I'm calling it Activate, Advocate, Achieve. 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I also sent an email about that earlier today. Shout out to comms for that great graphic, and RSVP, so that way I know how much food to buy, and also it's important to RSVP because that's how you can attend the fall retreat. So RSVP to that by Friday. And finally, as I said last time, we have 107 members in the exec branch, and we're hoping to see that number keep growing. Okay, now the student body president's report. Allison actually traveled to Chicago for fall break, so that's why she's not here. She's on her way back, so she's very sorry she couldn't be here. But her report is that the executive order number 1, that's underway. There was an application process for that to be a student representative in that select department. That has now closed, and those interviews and application reviews are underway. Similarly, the BOE commissioner search, same thing. That was open, submitted through the HOW and other advertising channels. That's now been closed. Interviews, application review are underway. For everybody that helped out during the Hurricane Helene disaster relief, thank you so much for tabling, for donating. The Blue Room, the SG Suite, really is full of materials that are going to be so useful in Western North Carolina. So thank you all for coming together and responding as a community. We're collaborating with IRC on the Spook Sober volunteer event. So sign up on that if you want to be a volunteer for that event, and it'll be a lot of fun. As always, her Calendly is there, her email's there, so feel free to reach out if you have any concerns. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you, Vice President Carreño. Once again, we'll give him a joint 6 minutes for any questions. If no questions, could you move into my reports? Awesome, and then give me the same 3 minutes. All right, good evening, everyone. If you scroll through, just some general information. Basically, we had an amazing set of committee meetings last week. They all went very well. Thank you to all of our committee chairs. They're doing an amazing job at chairing our committees. The Student Senate records our meetings, so remember that as a public servant, your words and actions are recorded. So just remember to be respectful to your fellow senators and fellow students. The Faculty Senate met on October 1st and discussed several university issues, including what they would like to see from a new chancellor. Faculty, staff, and students get to all have listening sessions for our new chancellor. The student one will be coming soon, and I think Student Body President Mark Hurt has more information on when that will happen. And then everyone, great news. We are at, after confirmation of the appointees, after you all approve them, we'll be at 71 senators today. This is the fullest the Student Senate has ever been. Actually, let's give a round of applause for that. I know. We just keep getting fuller. We are one away from 72, which is like a completely full Senate. So if you know anyone in CNR, please tell them to apply. I want to see 72 before we end. All right, next. You can scroll down to updates. All Chairs Council will be meeting tomorrow night to discuss a number of items of business. The most important and impactful of this is what I keep bugging everyone in this room about, the SSP review. If you have not already gotten your response in, please send it in so we can use them tomorrow night as we compile the review. This review will be published and made public to the entire Student Senate by the Monday before our next Senate meeting. And then updates. I am working on the following pieces of legislation. If you have any questions, please contact me. I'm looking for co-sponsors as always. And then, yeah, that's about it for my report. Student Senate President Miranda. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anyone have any questions for me? None? You want to come up here? Awesome.
All right. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause to Take One? Incredible job. Thank you for chairing. I will take the gavel. Thank you. I'll find my gavel eventually, but we'll just stick with this one for now. All right. So apologies. Thank you everybody for your patience. And all right. But as we move into my report, this is kind of a little bit of the same thing as always, but appointments to the select department. If you have an interest in being the appointed, one of the appointed senators, please email me ASAP. I will be emailing some folks that I think would do well based on things of like debate, that like participation in debate, committees, just express interest and that sort of thing. But I also want to give you guys an opportunity to be able to express that interest if you haven't been able to already. With then recommended books, bookmarks, as we've had a lot of new senators, I highly recommend make a bookmark of those list of bookmarks for that. Senate appointments, as always, you can find that on there. Make sure you fill out your intake form because that's how I assign you to committees, because the committee assignments can be found there. I will also be working with the committee secretaries to make sure that our attendance sheet, which should look a little bit different, new and improved, if you look on the opening roll call, it is, I've been doing some fun spreadsheeting and that sort of thing, but making sure that the committees, the absences and the proxies are up to date. That way, as halfway through the semester, we're able to start maybe tackling some sort of like absence or like, hey, if somebody's not able to participate, like those sorts of things, just to keep everybody accountable. So, but make sure you fill out your intake form, because if you don't fill out your intake form, after you get one free week, committee week where you don't get an absence, but every week after that, I'm going to start counting absences for folks that don't fill it out. So that being said, liaison report, I'll have, if Senator Hines is not here, but if there's any of the other IRC liaisons that would like to talk, actually, then we can have, they are welcome to speak out during the next time. Tuition and fees, the tuition and fees presentation to the chancellor will be happening soon. If you have any interest in continuing the work of tuition and fees, it's not unlike other sessions, it is not stopping here. Student government is due for a fee increase consideration, and so I will, I'm charging tuition and fees, and Chair Williams with the, working with the Treasury branch to start doing that sort of thing. And then Parley Pro cheat sheet, and yeah, but if there's any questions, also Ethics Committee will be coming, Select Committee will be coming out soon in conjunction with some of the things that Pro Tempore Dewberry is working on. But yeah, yes.
Can you describe a little bit more what the select committee is?
Yes. So the select committee will be looking, so a select committee is going to be, it's similar to how a select department works, but it's going to be made up of senators. It's going to, this has been a goal of mine that I've had since for a while now, of looking at all of our practices and that sort of thing, almost like a kind of grow in rules, but looking at it from a broader scale, as well as some more nitpicky things about how can we be more ethical and accountable and transparent, because that's something that I think that in being, to be accessible and truly as student government grows, we need to make sure that our practices and what we're doing is like being thoughtful and intentional about that sort of thing. So yeah, but that will be coming out soon. I'm finishing up writing that SSP notice, and then that will be coming out also and soon. So it'll be an internal review, but it'll also be possibly recommending making some recommendations, as well as I'll be able to charge some of the pieces of legislation to it as well. So yeah. But yeah, if is there any other questions that I got? Seeing none, we will move into the next report. The report of the standing, permanent, and select committees. So we're going to go in alphabetical order. I guess congrats, committee chairs. Is this your first time doing an oral report? If not, this is like the second time. And so we're going to start with diversity, inclusion, and outreach. So Chair Dean, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. I linked our committee meeting minutes. Our next meeting will be at 6:30 next Wednesday. And then so at our meeting, we just worked on our subcommittees. So in our diversity subcommittee, you can see the description if you want to look more into detail of what each subcommittee does. But in our diversity subcommittee, they started planning and writing the DEI report, where it'll be like a student perspective on the DEI changes within our university, and just implementing, I guess, further recommendations and just overall student perspective to it. In our inclusion subcommittee, they just discussed student concerns surrounding the Disability Resource Office, furthering looking back at our Google form that we had last session, and just continuing conversations with that. And then our outreach subcommittee, they finalized a presentation that they're going to present to the organizations to really understand like what student government is, what student senate is, and what ways that we can help them, just because we see a lack of a lot of knowledge within our student body about what senate is, and also just to engage other students. And so if you want to see that presentation, it's in my committee folder in the 104th session student government Google Drive. And then also for my delegation heads, but then also honestly just anyone, I created a delegation outreach event tracking sheet. It's just gonna be filled out over time with all the events for each college delegation, when it is, what time, location. And so it just kind of shows like the progress of it. And yeah, so if you're a delegation head, or if your delegation is starting to work on planning a committee or a meeting, or an outreach event, then just contact me so we can put that on here. And if you need any support, I'm also here for that.
Okay. Are there any questions for Chair Dean? Seeing none, we will move now into for finance. So finance, take it away. Chair Dunn, take it away.
Hey everybody. So I actually wasn't able to attend our last meeting due to some personal stuff that came up, but John chaired it. He did a great job. I've linked the minutes below, so if you guys are curious what happened, you can read through that. But we have 5 bills up for reading tonight. 5 great orgs came out. They went through the whole presentation process as normal. All the same questions were asked to them. Continue to like tell your organizations that you're in to sign up for the finance committee grants sooner than later if possible, just because it does take a little bit of time, just because we can only process so many organizations a night. So the sooner you can get on the list, the better. We have money that we want to give you. And so please sign up for a chance to get some.
Okay, awesome. Are there any questions for the finance committee? All right, seeing none, we'll move into grow. Is Chair Fields, so you have the floor.
Excuse me, guys. It's gonna be mostly a vocal report as I'm just now writing down my report. Excuse me. This is my 4th meeting of the day, so apologies. We litigated over 2 pieces of legislation while we were in committee. Had good conversations on both pieces of legislation. We'll talk about those later. One of the legislations, though, we won't talk about Government Bill 54. We did move to kind of table that one to our next committee meeting. We had a lot of great constructive conversation about it, and we just decided to make more amendments on it and bring it back to main Senate in the next Senate meeting. Great conversation, full committee. Next meeting next Thursday. Shout out to all the people on Grow, best committee out there.
Awesome. Hey, don't boo grow. All right. Okay. I thought you said boo. All right. It is spooky season. It's spooky season. But all right. Now we'll go on to something wrong. What, spooky season?
The boo.
Okay. Fair enough. Rules. where did you go? Okay, yeah, go for it.
Hey guys, hope you're all doing good today. Our next meeting for rules is Monday, October 21st at 6 p.m. in the SG conference room. Last meeting we discussed SB 55 and we had some really good questions and pros, and it was passed with favorable review. So yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Also, was there any questions for Grow or rules? All right. Seeing none, we will move now into student affairs.
Hey everybody. So we met this last Wednesday at 7 and we discussed R47 and it was tabled for further discussion at the next meeting. And we had a really good meeting and we're moving forth with planning our outreach event for this session. And I'm really excited about that. So it should turn out really well. So yeah, our next meeting is next Wednesday at 7 in the SLE suite.
Okay, awesome. Are there any questions for student affairs? All right, seeing none, we'll move. Do you have? Sorry, is there a question?
I guess for the chair then, or
Yeah, what's up?
SSP. Is GB 54 supposed to be SP 54, or is there like a name change?
Hold on, let me look at the. I think it is SB. Sorry, that is a clerical error on my part. Thank you. I will. Wait, what is it? Okay. Oh, okay. Or yeah, I think, but I think the documentation that I sent to Jazar might have been saying the wrong thing. But anyways, okay. Is there any other questions for student affairs? Okay. Seeing none, we'll now move into tuition and fees. You have the floor.
We currently have not been meeting. I've not found a need for us to go into a meeting with tuition and fees, but I just want to shout out all of my members. I know it's really difficult to add another committee on top of your standing one. So thank you so much for your service in that capacity. And I look forward to moving forward with looking at what kind of fee raises we can get with student government in the future.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Are there any questions for tuition and fees? Seeing none, we'll now move into the report of the ASG delegate, Hallie Arrington. Hallie is not here, but her report is not linked. But we are having ASG this coming weekend as virtual. So if anybody has any interest in attending and seeing what ASG, Association of Student Governments, which is student government on the state level, is all about, please let me or Hallie know, and I'm happy to help get you involved and see if you want to come and observe. Question from Chair Dean.
Will we be able to attend the NC State ASG meeting?
I think that I'll refer that to Pro Tempore because you would know a little bit more from your position.
Yeah, no, all meetings are open to the public. It'll be right here in the governor's chamber. So I encourage all of you to come back out and get a seat. Since it won't be our student senate meeting, you probably will have to sit in those chairs over there because the delegates will get priority. But yes, please come back out. It'll be November 15th and 16th, right back here in the governor's chambers. And then also some meetings will be happening in the suite and all over Tally. We encourage you to come out.
We'll also probably need some volunteers and that sort of thing for folks to welcome folks and that sort of thing. So signups for that sort of stuff, keep an eye out. But yeah, we're going to be hosting November, which is the this coming month is virtual. And then we're going to be hosting the next one. And it'll be in here because we have the space and the capacity for it, as well as it allows for, there's a lot of institutions that are local. But yeah, and you're welcome to come out. And if you have any questions, please let us know. But with that, if there's no other questions, we'll move into the report of the Chief Justice. Shiva got it ready.
Hello, everyone. Pretty short report here. So I conducted all of the Deputy Chief Justice interviews last week. I did them jointly with Hallie Arrington, the ASG delegate, and I also sat in on her interviews for the at-large representative position. I had 4 online applications in which 3 actually followed up and took an interview with me, and I scored their online application, and I also scored the interview responses with Hallie, and we reached an objective measure. And yeah, I'm going to go to the GROW committee meeting the next time it happens to, give my results and what the process looked like, and I'll have them up for appointment at the next Senate meeting. Thank you.
Yes. All right, appointments at Senate Ween. Yay, exciting. It's always a little fun because you can tell who is being appointed because they're dressed in what you would call normal Senate clothes. But and then everybody else is in costume. But it's a lot of fun. That being said, also if somebody is coming up for appointment, they can also still come in costume. But anyways, all right. Now we'll move on. Is there any questions for the Chief Justice? Moving right along, we'll move into the report from the chair of the Board of Elections.
Hello, everyone. It's me again. Yeah, I mean, the main things that are going on with BOE right now is that our commissioner application closed on Friday, and our interviews are going to be coming up this week and then next week. I showed the same exact presentation I just showed about the results to Grow last Thursday. I think that went pretty well. But besides that, really going to be ramping down on BOE up until the spring election cycle comes around. So please, if you have any questions about that, just send me an email.
Awesome. Are there any questions for the chair of the Board of Elections that you didn't get out already for his wonderful presentation? Seeing none, we'll move into the reports of the student government advisor and graduate assistant, or just advisor today.
Yes, hello. I'm a party of one tonight. Davion is out celebrating his birthday, which is this week. So if you see him, wish him a happy birthday. Quick report from me. There's a couple of events going on around campus that I wanted to uplift. NC State Global is having a fall passport fair. So if you need to get your passport updated, you can do that here on campus on October 22nd. And there's a link in there to sign up. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and the Women's Center is hosting some really cool events to raise awareness and provide support to impacted communities. And you can see their full calendar of events on that webpage. And it's also LGBTQ+ History Month, and I wanted to uplift some of the events coming out of the Pride Center related to that for the month of October. And then continuing and uplifting some of our identity-based communities, the Multicultural Student Affairs is hosting their Indigenous Peoples Day celebration tomorrow. So after you enjoy some fabulous living room conversations with the Raleigh City candidates, you can walk on over to Tally and enjoy the second half of that event. So lots of awesome stuff going on around campus. And then from Davion there at the bottom, if you ever need to schedule a meeting with him, he has linked his Calendly. And also he will be establishing some regular office hours in Tally. So if you ever want to drop in, chat with him, get to ask him a question, you can see those hours. It'll be Tuesdays from 12 to 2, Thursdays 1 to 2, and Friday 11 to 2 p.m. So definitely make use of that. He has great perspectives to share, and I know is really eager to connect with all of you. And similar as to me, come find me in my office anytime. I'm happy to chat with you about whatever may be going on. And want to provide that support to you. So thank you all for being here, and that's all I got.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for the student government advisor, Emily? Seeing none, we will move out of the period of reports. Yay for verbal reports. We haven't had those in a while, so exciting. I know that everybody likes to talk a little bit and makes Senate a little bit more interactive, and so you're not hearing just my voice for a couple of hours. So now we'll move into the period of comments and announcements for up to 1 minute each. Any current or former member of student government may address the Senate, not to exceed 15 minutes. So if there's anybody who wishes to speak, please put either a placard up or something. But Pro Tempore Dewberry.
Sorry, just a couple of things I forgot to include in my report. I am myself and the SSP will also be at Grow this week because we do have applications for legislative assistance. This is also the first time we've done that in 4 years. So very excited for that. And then additionally, if you're a proxy tonight, could you raise your hand, please? We have a lot of proxies here. They don't have to be here, but they help us meet our attendance quota. Can we please give them a round of applause? Thank you all for joining us. We really appreciate you. That's it for me.
Okay. All right. Senator Baker.
Hi, friends. Given that tonight is a little bit slower meeting, and I know we have a lot of first-year senators in the room, tonight is a great night to ask questions if you're lost or confused about what's going on legislatively. I know last meeting there was a lot going on all at once, And some of you are like, what's happening? So tonight's a really good night to like raise your query card and be like, I don't know what's happening. Please explain. Tonight's a really good night to do that.
Well, any night is a good night to ask a question. But yes, but tonight specifically, we have a little bit more flexibility to explain things and go slow. So with that, you had yours up next, I think. Secretary Watts. Oh, wait, is that an actual question? Okay, sorry. Query from Senator.
Wait,
Dean.
it's actually a question for SS Pro Temp. So like I can like ask after like
ask
Senator
your
Watts.
okay. Ask your question now, just before we.
Okay,
forget.
what's a legislative assistant? Or you can answer it.
So a
whoever.
legislative assistant is defined in statutes as something that is helping with the operations of the legislative branch. So the idea that we're having with this is it's to allow more students to get involved and who might not have a seat open and that sort of thing, assisting senators with like, hey, going out and reaching constituents, maybe doing some research, writing legislation, getting in touch and like working with the legislative branch and that sort of thing, as well as maybe any sort of other like senator kind of adjacent tasks that we might, me and Pro Tempore Dewberry might need. But it's supposed to be, again, another opportunity for engagement for those who might not either have a college seat open or might not have like, that sort of thing. But yeah. Yeah, I'll refer it also to Pro Tempore Dewberry. Go for it.
They also just help the Senate President and I with any managerial tasks when it comes to the Student Senate. So we don't have to burden any of our senators with that. So you all can focus on writing legislation and pursuing the initiatives you were elected on. And additionally, they are supposed to, as according to statutes, help out with the All Chairs Council and chairs as they need it.
So like aides in some sort of ways and like to like a real Senate, that sort of thing. But yeah. Remind me of your name. Senator Apperson. Okay, yes. I couldn't see your name card, so I was like,
It's okay, I don't have it yet.
Okay.
I don't know if this is like a silly question, but so sorry. I was sent like the Student Senate President Performance Review thing, and it asked like, oh, what Senate community are you a member of? To my knowledge, I'm not part of one.
Have you filled out the intake form?
I don't know if I've gotten that. I can check.
If you haven't filled out the intake form, then you're not part of a committee yet because I need that to be able to assign you to a committee.
Okay.
So, but if you have, if you have filled it out, I should be relatively up to date with everybody who's filled it out. And if you fill it out, then check the committee sheet and that sort of thing.
Should it be in my email? Like, where do I find this form?
The intake form is 1 linked on the agenda and 2 linked in my report, as well as I believe linked in Pro Tempore Dewberry's report.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
What's up?
You also aren't expected to be in a committee the first week after your appointment.
Okay.
There is a buffer week there.
Yeah,
So-
we give a like a 1 week grace period. Obviously, you're welcome to go to any committee. Actually, all committees are open to all senators and that sort of thing. If you want to like go to a committee, be like, hey, I'm really interested in this piece of legislation that's going there. You're welcome to go to that, but like you're asked to go to your required committee or you're to assign committee at the very least. But yeah.
Additionally, I just also didn't want to send out 2 large emails at the same time. If you haven't filled out your Senate intake form, you will be receiving an email from me about getting that done.
Okay. I also want to point out that do we get emails with the agenda?
You should. If you're not part of the listserv, then I will double check on that.
Okay,
Thank you. I
'cause
appreciate that.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's something I will note down to make sure that everybody is on the listserv. All right. Awesome. Thank you for that. Is that okay? I'm gonna go to Secretary Watts first, and then
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to make some announcements regarding legislation. So I'm usually the leg sec, but tonight I'm secretary because John Carter is not here. But this is usually me, or Chuck's me right now. So just for legislation, this is a reminder to all the committees. Please share it with me as a Google Doc on the legislative form. This is particular to Finance Committee. Shout out to you guys. You're great. But please share it as a Google Doc because it's really stressing me out because just everything goes all out of whack when it's not a Google Doc. So no DocX, no PDF, no whatever that thingamajig was, but anything else but that.
did you get an HTML file at one point?
I got really weird files from some people. No offense, you guys are doing a great job, but just please send it as a Google Doc. It helps me. And yeah, so
Awesome. All right. Ledford.
Hey, so I just wanted to share a volunteer opportunity related to the College of Education. So next Saturday, bright and early, 9 a.m. to noon, we are doing Wake Up and Read Volunteer Day. And Wake Up and Read is a nonprofit that collects books and you help them kind of ship them out to low income schools in kind of lower performing areas and they give them to households. So you all know education is democracy. So if you don't like children, you don't got to interact with children. You just got to help us pack up those books and send them on out. So if you're interested, let me know and I'll send you that RSVP link.
Awesome. Thank you, Senator Ledford. If you want to send that me, you can also send that out over the listserv or send it to me and we can try to get it on the agenda. All right. Senator DeVay, parliamentarian debate.
All right. So I forgot the official name of my position in GROW, but basically, if you have 5 cumulative absences, and you
Hearing assistant.
hearing assistant, there you go. Yeah. So basically, if you have 5 cumulative absences, so if you miss a meeting, like a full meeting, then that's 1 at the beginning and 1 at the end. That's 2. And so if you miss 2 full meetings, that's 4. And then if you miss a half a meeting, that's 5. And so after 5, you'll get a warning from the GROW chair and probably me CC'd on there because I'm the hearing assistant. And then after 10, you'll get a
It's 8 and that they get an email.
Okay, yeah, and
you get
8
a scary email from me and take one.
8 you get a scary email from those 2, and then 10 you get a beautiful hearing with GROW, and so I'll be coming out to you and be like, hey, prepare your case because you're going to be put on trial. Not really, but you'll get a little bit of a hearing. So we'll try to understand why you've had these many absences and just letting you guys know because there are people getting closer to those numbers. That's it. Yeah, take one.
Yeah, but the committee, the absences on the attendance and voting sheet are slowly becoming up to date. They're up to date for the Senate, and I'm going to be working with the secretaries. So please, secretaries, please fill that in. Yeah, but it should code yellow if you should be receiving a warning, orange if you're supposed to be receiving a scary email from me and take one, and then red if you're going to be going for a hearing. And unfortunately, that's public, so it's just make sure that you're keeping up. Or if you have any sort of you also have everybody has 6 proxies, so please use them. Up to 6 proxies. So, but proxies for committees can be another senator, and proxies for Senate can be any student eligible to be a senator. So, with that, we'll go to, is that a query from Senator Khan?
Is this like per semester or per year?
Per session.
Like, so for the whole year?
Yes, for the year. Yeah. So, but if you have any issues and stuff like that, we can work on that. Email me and we can work on that together. Okay. All right. Awesome. Do you have Grow Chair Fields?
I just want to shout.
Wait, actually, sorry. Hold on. Query.
This is a question regarding proxies for committees. Does it have to be a senator to proxy the committee?
Yes, it does. So if you need a proxy, please email me or pro tempore and pro tempore Dewberry as soon as you can. If you have another senator that's willing to do it for you, great. They also can't be a senator assigned to that committee because obviously they have to be there for their own attendance. But so if you have a friend, just copy them on the email and be like, hey, this person's going to be my proxy. But if you need somebody and need to find somebody, we'll reach out to us and we'll help you find that. Okay. Yes, point of information.
When it comes to committee proxies, just a reminder, you only get 2 per session.
Okay. Yeah, you do only get 2. And then 6 for Senate absences. Sorry. Apologies. I stand corrected. Is there a query? A query from Chiganti.
Okay, if we email you guys with a proxy and you don't respond,
and you count that as an absence, what are we supposed to do?
So there's a bill that's coming up. We're talking about excused absences and that sort of thing, but we probably have seen it and are like noting it down. In terms of proxies, we do it first come first serve, just out of fairness, and that sort of thing. So that was something like, because the thing is that while we have a lot of proxies, thank you proxies, we often don't get enough. Sometimes we don't get enough for folks to for everybody who needs a proxy to get one. So
okay,
but point of information from Dewberry.
Point of information / question. Did you mean that you came with your own proxy and then we didn't respond?
Like I emailed you with a proxy that I had belief I found, and then I didn't receive a response, but I believe I was still given an absence for that.
Email us about it and then we'll figure it out and that sort of thing and correct that. But yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up. If you have issues, again, please email me. Sometimes it's clerical errors. We're all students too. Sometimes spreadsheets mess up. So, but point of information.
Please also just like cite the meeting when that happened.
Yeah, just give us
And
some details and we'll figure it out.
just as a general rule of thumb, please request proxies as far in advance as you can. While we do our best to get proxies, it is not always a guarantee that if you request within 24 hours of the meeting, like if it's past 7 the night before, there is no guarantee that we will be able to get you one, but we will do our best to.
Query from Senator Price.
So in the attendance form, are the committee absences already added onto it, or is it solely just the main meetings?
They will be once I get the if you go onto the attendance voting and attendance spreadsheet, could you pull that up? It is coded so that whenever on the third tab for committees, if you go to that, when this is obviously it's blank right now, when this is filled out, it will code to the be total. So there's total like for just committees, and then if you go to attendance, there's the total attendance Senate plus committees, and then just for Senate. Does that answer your question?
Are we as committee chairs filling that out, or
I'm going to
you
ask the secretaries to do that,
Gotcha.
as well as the chairs to help hold that accountable as well. So yeah,
great.
Because that's a minute sort of thing with the secretaries. But yeah, if you have any issues and that sort of thing, I did send all of the secretaries, and you guys should all have the correct access that you need. But all right, now Chair Fields. Sorry, apologies. Go for it.
Thank you. Y'all, tomorrow's the first day of early voting. Just make sure y'all go out to vote. Democracy matters. Your vote matters. And that's all I wanted to say for real. Tomorrow's the first day of early voting. So get y'all out there and vote. Thank you.
Yes. If you need a voting plan, as I had sent out, 6:30 to 7:30, Senate goes to early vote. So if you can also register the same day for Wake County. If you want to like go in, sometimes voting for the first time can be scary. So if you want a friend, do that. And as well as Senator Urchuk is very experienced in getting folks registered to vote. So if you have any questions about that sort of thing, they can help you. All right. So pro tempore Dewberry. I think you've technically used your minute, but we'll go with it anyways.
My bad, y'all. One more thing. We are understanding that the Senate attendance system is not perfect, and we may never get to perfect, but we are trying to fix it, which is why we have the Excused Absence Policy Establishment Act up. Please read it. Please get involved in it. We're trying to make it easier so that people can, get to meetings, and if they can't, we understand it. Just trying to make Senate more accessible as a whole. And then secondly, I know I mentioned writing a lot of pieces of legislation earlier. If you haven't seen my emails recently, we are having our first legislative workshop for anyone that wants to come and learn more about Senate, how to write legislation, how to advocate in Senate, next Friday, the 25th, back here at 5:30 p.m.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Senator Urchuk, Press Secretary Urchuk.
As was just mentioned, I've been doing a lot of work with voter registration, and for the last couple of weeks, I've been working with the Feminist Majority Foundation. And we have an event tomorrow for early voting from 4:30 to 6:30, where we're just gathering people to go vote. And ABC News is going to be there covering our event. So if you guys could show up and make it look like my work is worth something, because it is, that'd be really appreciated. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, we are out of time. Is there no other announcements or anything like that anybody wanted to put out last minute? All right, with that, we will now move into the announcement of resignations. There are none. Yay! Okay, But if that being said, if you do decide that you need to resign, please email me and it will be effective immediately, and I'll process that sort of thing. And that way, so we can also, if there is somebody who is in the queue for an open seat, then we're able to get them to fill that. Remember that you are a student first, and take care of yourself. So if that means that you need to step back from being a senator, then do that if you need to. I will be very sad to see you go. I call you all of you my kids, and whether regardless of age. And so it's like I have 71 kids now. So, but if that, I realized that was something that was a little bit of a point of confusion of folks not really knowing like if they needed help. But yeah, if you need help, please reach out. Happy to do that. All right, but now we will move into the approval of appointments of senators and other student government officials. So is there any motions about how we want to consider these? A motion from Senator Pittman.
I move to Senate appointees be considered in block.
Okay. A second from Senator Dean. All right. All in favor of considering these appointments en bloc. So what en bloc means is that we're going to consider them all at once rather than doing like one person comes up, they walk out, they come back in, we vote. And we do them all at once. So all in favor of considering the appointees en bloc, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, ayes have it, and these appointments will be considered en bloc. All right, awesome. So can I have all of our appointees please come to the front? Okay. And I think here, come up to the front podium over there, podium this way. Okay. I believe that we have one person that is not here. So can I have I would be open to a motion to amend. All right, motion from Senator Dean.
I move to remove appointee Nazia Afranjashi from consideration.
Yep. All right. There's been a motion. Is there a second? A second from Senator Pro Tempore Dewberry. All in favor of amending the block as such, or to divide the block, as you say. Please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. A query from Parliamentarian DeVay. Yeah, they're just going to be moved to the next meeting. So sorry, this is something of like it's a like strike through, and we'll put it on the next. I'll make sure to contact them and make sure that they're on the next agenda. So for the next meeting. So okay. So I'm gonna say that ayes have it, and the Nazia will be considered next meeting. All right, awesome. So with that, you guys will have 90 seconds to introduce. We will continue on. You'll have 90 seconds to introduce yourselves, and then we'll have 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes for questions for you all, and then our lovely Sergeant at Arms will escort you out while we have a discussion, and then you'll come back in. All right, so with that, introduce yourself, name, pronouns, college, what seat, and why you want to be a senator. Yeah, just make sure you hit that. Perfect.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jonathan Falso. My pronouns are he, him, his. Let's see. What was the other one?
What's your like major?
No, my
or
major
degree?
is chemical engineering, and I'm in the graduate school. So that's like my division, I guess, or whatever. I guess I mean, I've always kind of wanted to join Student Senate. I've been here for a really long time. I went here for undergrad, so it's been quite a while, and I just kind of learned more about it this year, and you know, I really think it's important to advocate for students and what the needs of the student body is, and I'm just very passionate about trying to help make sure that they're heard, and you know, increasing engagement and inclusion is also a very big passion of mine as well. Yeah, I'm hoping that any questions, of course. I think that's about it.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Hey y'all, it's scary to come and stand up in front of here for the first time. So yeah, give a round of applause. All right, thank you. Yep, you're next. Yep.
All right, good evening. My name is Preston Spencer. I'm a junior in the College of Ag and Life Sciences, double majoring in crop and soil science with a concentration in agronomy and agricultural business management. And I'm very pleased and honored to be able to be appointed to the Student Senate tonight. So there are two reasons that I wanted to join the Student Senate. First is coming from the College of Ag and Life Sciences, I want to be an advocate for agriculture. All of us, I hopefully ate something today. All of us have clothes on our backs. Agriculture touches every aspect of our lives. It's the single largest employer in the state of North Carolina. It's over $100 billion with a B every year in our state's economy. So agriculture is very important, whether you believe it or not. We all need agriculture for the clothes we wear, the things we drink, and the food we eat. In addition, I also want to join the Student Senate to help spread awareness about student government. I believe the Student Senate is a place for all of us from our many different backgrounds, life experiences, opinions, and things we come from can come here and deliberate in fair, honest decorum, represent the best values of our student body. We were elected on behalf of our colleges or appointed to represent those values. And I believe this is the place to do it in a fair, effective manner.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. We'll now move into a period of questions. For our appointees, you can direct them to both or all of them. So, Senator Dean.
This is for all the appointees. What organizations are you part of?
Yep. Here, just keep the mic on, and you guys can here both move up this way, and you guys can like kind of share the mic and that sort of thing, if that's okay. All right. But whoever you want to go first.
I can go first. So I'm the Vice Nova Ruler of Finance for the Alpha Gamma Rho Agriculture Fraternity, which is one of the IFC fraternities here at NC State. I'm also the treasurer for the AgriLife Council, which is a council comprised of all the clubs of the College and a majority of the clubs in the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, where we work on behalf of the college, do our own form of allocations, similar to how SGA does appropriations, and really try and put the best foot forward for our college.
Thank you.
I've when I was here in undergrad, I was a part of the Honors and Scholars program. I'm very proud of my time with them, so I always bring that up. But currently, I'm a part of the Alpha Phi Omega Service Fraternity, where we do a lot of community service and other events to help get out there, including even the hurricane relief stuff. That's been a big thing recently, and I saw you guys are doing that. I'm also in the Marine Science Club. It's just more of a hobby thing, and the Pack Abroad board, because I went abroad over the summer. So
Awesome. So snaps for all of these for the answers. All right. Are there any other questions? Question from Senator Williams.
Specifically to Preston, do you feel that you embody the spirit of Dr. Bob Patterson?
Having sat through his lecture and his lab, and if for those of you who have met Dr. Bob Patterson, I feel like I do embody his spirit. Love the man to death.
All right. Awesome. I'm assuming this is a CALS thing. Can you give us a point of information?
Point of information, he has been at NC State, I believe, since like 1968.
Yeah, he's the last professor from his time at NC State in the college. They've all retired or unfortunately passed away. So he's like the hallmark of the department.
We adore him. He did some cool stuff for Cal's Communications, so check out his Instagram videos.
Okay, good to know. Want to plug the @ We'll find that. We'll get a point of information later. But from Senator Baker.
This is from our appointee from graduate school. As a fellow grad senator, I do know this is a huge commitment every week in grad school. I'm a 5th-year PhD candidate, so it's tough. How do you feel about the commitment? Do you have any concerns about it?
I always take the commitments very seriously, so I wouldn't say I'm like I think it's very important. I think I thought a lot about it, and I feel confident that it'll work out really well for me, especially next semester. I'm a master's student right now, and I'm trying to get to PhD. So I'm in the point before. I can relate. I've heard a lot about that. I can say like next semester especially is looking a lot lighter, and because I'm kind of finishing up my classes and going more towards research. But definitely, I think I feel really confident that it'll work out. I always have a tendency to just make time for things that are important. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Senator Cook.
Yeah, and this is for both candidates. What do you look forward to most in your time working here and being a part of the sessions?
One of the things that I look forward to the most is really just helping student senate as well as the other students on campus, just understanding the importance of agriculture. Agriculture is a massive part of my life. I'll be going to the industry when I graduate. So I really just taking what I know about the agriculture industry and helping other senators understand that, but also learning from them. For example, I know nothing about textiles, even though agriculture commodities go into making textiles. I know nothing about textiles. So learning from other senators as well about their backgrounds to be able to expand my knowledge.
I'd say that what I'm looking forward to the most is, just learning how to, work in a group like this. I think it's a really good opportunity to learn a lot and apply myself. And I feel like it's kind of very generic to say, but just helping the students and kind of learning how to apply my skills in that sense, I guess, like reaching out to people and trying to find out what they need and figuring out ways to do that through this system, I guess.
All right. Awesome. Thank you. Again, snaps for answers again. All right. Are there any, did you have a question? Okay. A question from Proxy Hardwick.
Sorry, I am a proxy, and I don't know if I can ask a question, but
Okay, we'll allow it.
okay. How are you guys planning on getting out the vote? Because I heard Board of Elections talk about, voter turnout was greater this year. How do you guys have any plans on how you guys are going to get out the vote? Thank you.
I think also just we're not going to have elections until the spring semester when the session is over, but it's a good question anyways, regardless. So how are you going to connect with your
So we are
constituents?
talking about student senate elections, not presidential elections.
Or get out student senate elections. Okay,
I should make sure we're talking on the right topic.
So how are you? Yeah. So yeah, okay, both or just generally. Can I shape your question to how are you going to connect with constituents? Okay. How are you
there we
going to
go.
connect with constituents?
I will be voting on election day if that answers that question. Connecting with my constituents, really, I've talked with Senator Price about her work on student affairs and really just connecting with her and understanding how student government works as a whole since this is new, and then working with the other members of the CALS delegation to really get out and meet the students that make up the College of Ag and Life Sciences since it is so many departments.
Awesome.
I won't lie. This is it's one of the parts I mentioned in the form when applying. This is one of the parts I wasn't fully as sure about. So I'm very much open to trying to learn how to do this and like which people and avenues I would need to use. I mean, I suggested like ideas like for the grad students, there's a board of that kind of emails a lot in that sort of sense, I guess. But definitely, I'd like to that's what I need to learn, and I'm looking forward to that. And also, I'll be voting for sure in the presidential election. So.
Good, go vote. All right. Okay, awesome. Senator Rolfe.
So, if your entire legacy in Student Senate was to be summed up by one bill, what is it and what does it achieve?
This is a future planning question. Like, what's the one big thing you want to do?
I'm not sure yet, but during Senate Pro Tempore's report, I did see a NCSU Greek life bill in there. So I'm very intrigued to see the verbiage in that one as a member of the fraternity and sorority life.
I still have to fill out the intake form for the committees, but I'm pretty sure I'd like to be in the diversity inclusion committee. And if I were to, I mean, I have no idea on the specifics, but I'd say it would have something to do in that realm and helping with, like I remember hearing earlier, it was mentioned like the DRO and concerns with that, like that sort of area is definitely down my rabbit hole, I guess. So that's right up my alley. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Excited. Very some enthusiasm. Proxy Barker.
Okay, so this is like a long-winded question, sorry. But just kind of piggybacking off of both of their questions, you guys are really interested in advocating for your specific colleges and your specific areas. Are there any initiatives that you hope to work on by yourself or with the help of other senators while you're here that already are like you're already thinking about?
What ideas you got cooking?
To be completely honest, I've not really toyed around with any ideas yet. My first Senate meeting was 2 meetings ago as a proxy, so I was still just trying to, take it all in and Same with tonight. When I know someone said, make sure you ask questions, just trying to figure out how everything works. But definitely as the weeks go on, definitely going to start coming up with some ideas like history class bill. I really like the sound of that one, and really just kind of seeing what other senators are working on as well to A, figure out, can I collaborate with them, or B, is there potentially a second bill that can come out of it that would also achieve a similar goal in connection with that one?
Awesome.
I guess I kind of alluded to it with the last question, but that's sort of like, the inclusion area is definitely a big thing for me. I think like I want to go more specific, but I don't really know the full extent of like what can be done with policies. Like I definitely need to learn more about that, and I'll make sure I ask a lot of questions. But like what we're actually like able to, push forward, I guess. I'm not fully sure.
Well, you can always ask questions and feel free to meet with us and that sort
Absolutely.
of thing, and we'll happy to help. That also being said, with trying to figure out Senate meetings, I want to also point out there's the Parley Pro cheat sheet that's linked on the agenda and has been. So if it gives you at least a starting point for if you want to like participate in the meeting and that sort of thing, and figure out what to do. It's trying to do like, I want to do this, and if so, this is what you say. If there's any suggestions for that sort of thing, please let me know, and I'm happy to also reword that and make that a working sort of thing. But with that being said, seeing that there are no other questions, we will move into a period of discussion, and after Sergeant at Arms Williams escorts our appointees out. I feel like we should do the Wii music, or something like that. We need to have the Wii music going on whenever. All right. Whenever Lance comes back in, can somebody get Lance, because he's supposed to be in here for the discussion and stuff. Utkarsh, can you grab Lance? All right, because this is discussion, we're only gonna do pros. So because we can't be ad hominem, please, if you have something nice to say, also remember you're considering them in block. So if you have anything, remember that we're discussing the appointments in block. All right. With that being said, do I have any points of discussion? I saw Senator Rayshon Williams first.
I believe that all the things that were discussed earlier were really thought out. I believe that they have lots of great initiatives coming forth. I feel like they'll be very dedicated to what they're doing. And even upon passing by, I didn't even realize like my card had fell, and one of them picked it up for me. So it shows their dedication and like their thoughtfulness. So yeah.
Yay, kind people. All right. We're gonna go with Roy. Also, Edinger, you can't talk. Okay. Anyways, a point of information after Senator Roy.
Okay. I just wanted to say I really liked both of their energies. It's always really nice to see a graduate senator coming in, so I really like that. And then also another cows represent. So I'm just really excited about both of them, and I have a really good feeling.
Our also fun point of information. I don't think our grad delegation has been full in a hot second, so I feel like that's kind of debate. Sorry, y'all. All right. A point of information from Chair Edinger.
Yeah, so I just want to talk about Appointee Falso real quick. Whenever the fall election was going on, he wanted to run as a graduate senator, but he couldn't because this is not his first year on campus, and I believe just going with statutes, he wasn't able to. But we were talking a lot through emails and such, and this is kind of going on to pro territory, but.
Okay.
What?
But
he was good.
Wanted to be a senator in the election.
Yeah. Point is, he was very good with the process. Whole chain of emails.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Awesome. Thank you for that point of information, Baker.
They both seem great. We should induct them.
Okay. Awesome. Barrett.
They both are pretty cool. Specifically Preston, he's the one with the beard, right?
Was the mullet, I believe, in the suit jacket.
Agriculture guy.
Yeah,
I
agriculture
interviewed
guy.
him during appropriations. He's a pretty cool dude. So
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Very
Awesome.
dedicated to his work.
All right. Awesome. I didn't know. Okay. All right. Webster. I'm trying to get some people who haven't talked yet.
This is a pro for both of them, but I think they both had really good knowledge about like their constituents and like how they plan to represent them. And I think that's really important because like while we're all senators, I think it's important to realize like we all represent specific groups. And particularly Preston, he had a lot of knowledge and plan about how he wanted to represent the people of Cowes and advocate them within the Senate. And I think that was just really good quality that both of them had.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Pro tempore Dewberry, you've had your thing up for a second.
Ooh.
You're next.
Y'all all have me excited. I have not seen this many cards up for appointments in a hot minute.
And also
Thank
questions.
you all.
Yay.
This is amazing. Genuinely, my heart is like warm right now. But I'm very excited for both of these two appointees. One, they bring us closer to a full Senate. Two, we get Cowes filled, and we are one off from grad and then one off from CNR. Both of them seem very passionate about the things they want to get done, and I look forward to serving with both of them for the remainder of the 104th session.
All right. Pro from Barker, Proxy Barker.
So a little logistical standpoint, from the fact that they both seem like they want to get like turnout, from a ex officio BOE standpoint, that does really well for our voter numbers. They'll get out to a lot of their constituents and they'll bring more voters, and more voters means more turnout for us, and that's just better for numbers, right, Zach?
And we're better, more representative. Yay! Awesome. Okay. Pro from Urchuk.
This thing is so far away. Sorry. I appreciated the honesty when they were like, I don't know yet. Like I mad preach for that because it's so respectable when someone can admit that they don't know but they're willing to learn.
Snaps for that. Okay. All right. Are there any other points of discussion? Apperson. Here, use your mic.
Oh,
There you
yeah,
go.
I forgot about that. Sorry. I would like to say that first of all, sorry for like having a coughing fit during their talking. I don't know if I disrupted anybody, but I wanted to say that they handled like the disruption pretty well. So they seem to already be like pretty well public speakers, because a lot of people I've seen like they hear something like that and they completely lose track of what they're saying.
Yeah, as somebody with ADHD, it's a struggle sometimes, but good to have people who can stay focused. But all right, with that, are there any other points of discussion? Is that a motion? Was that a motion? I saw. Okay, what's your motion? Okay, previous question has been called. All right, all this what this means is we go end discussion and go straight into a roll call vote. Point of information: you also didn't have to do that. I was about to end. Okay, but all in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, ayes have it, and previous question has been called. Secretary Watts, you have the floor. All right, you ready to do roll call?
Okay, so my computer doesn't work for roll call, so I'm gonna need to switch.
You call it, yeah, and then all right. Technical difficulties, but
Sorry, I genuinely don't know what's wrong with it.
go to voting sheet.
Oh, is that one?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that was those 10s won't work either.
just can you make it label as block? You're gonna want to put it down here. You're gonna want to use you don't want to let it mess with that.
One moment, everyone.
Nope. And then just pull one up there. All right, and then just scroll it over. Scroll over. And then just have that like showing. Okay. All right. Everybody, because Taekwon is the one that's like entering in the things, please like know when you come up, and that sort of thing. All right. But with that, we will have the roll call. So,
I don't. I only have a Mac charger.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay.
Remember, you can say yes, no, pass, or abstain when I call your name. Remember, abstentions are only in the case of a conflict of interest. Abdul Aleem.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. Ahmed. Aleem. Al Shamari. Apperson.
Yes.
Baker. Yes. Parker. Yes. Barrett. Biggs. Boaj. Boaj. Okay. Cars. Carter. Shiganti. Cook. DeVay. Deep. Dewberry, I say yes. Dean. Dixon. Dunn. Etcherborough. Fields. Frank. Hardwick. Hernandez. Hines. Ibrahim. Joshi. Kalanina. Khan. Kolu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundigan. Mangastab. Mobley. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Piriani. Pittman. Price. Rao. Robertson. Robinson. Roman. Roth. Roy. Shonek. Seitz. Shahid. Smith. Taylor. Urchat. Watts. Webb. Webster. Wetzbarger. Watley. Williams. Williams. Zalikin. Yasa. Joe.
Okay. I'm gonna need.
Yes, all right.
I'm gonna need some folks to. There was a section that I wasn't able to catch up with. Al Shamari. Okay. Well, I need them so I need to know who to. I need it for numbers. I need to calculate. I'm just gonna go through. Alim or Abdul Alim. Okay. Ahmed. Alim. Al Shamari. Okay. Apperson.
Yes.
Baker. Yes. Barker. Yes. Barrett. Okay. Biggs. Yes. Boaj. Yes. Sorry. Kars. Yes. Carter. Chiganti. Yes. Cook. Yes. Okay. All right. I got everybody after that. So with 51 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, these appointments do pass, and they will be new senators. So whenever, just wait. We welcome them in with a round of applause. So after you.
Wait.
All right, so awesome. Okay, so we will swear you guys in during the. Also, any senators that have not been sworn in, I think there was a couple from the first year election. Come up during the wellness break and we'll swear you in. Okay. All right. So, So now we are going to go to a wellness break of 10 minutes. Fill out the legislative workshop form and the SSP review whenever you, if you haven't already. So, folks who need to come get sworn in, please come up. the motions to fast track the pieces of legislation. Are there any questions regarding these pieces of legislation, or like why we are fast tracking them? A query from Senator Baker.
Just to confirm, finance bills are typically fast tracked, correct?
That is correct. Finance bills are typically fast tracked because they are generated from committee deliberations already. And so it's not like they're skipping committee. It's more of that it would be redundant to send them back to committee and that sort of thing. So if that answers your question, are there any other questions? Seeing none, we will move into a vote about the moving to fast track. All those in favor of considering fast tracking these pieces of legislation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, and these pieces of legislation are so fast tracked and will be calendared for second reading. All right, awesome. So now we're going to move into the referrals to committee. So GB 66, the Arbitration Adoption Act, I'm going to refer that to Committee on Government Relations and Oversight. SB 67, the Senate Excused Absence Policy Establishment Act, will be referred to the Committee on Government Rules and Oversight. And then SB 68, the Senate Chair Vacation Act, will be referred to the Committee on Rules. Okay, now we are into the second reading of legislation. So with all of our finance bills, we will now move into the consideration of SB 55, the Veto Statement Act. So can Legislative Secretary, could you please read the long title for the second time?
A Senate bill to be entitled An Act to Add a Section on Veto Statements from the Student Body President Act and Student Body Statutes.
Okay, this piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator DeVay. Senator DeVay, you have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
So basically, I brought up this bill because there's no procedure outlining how veto statements should go, and they're not considered a main motion. So what transpired at the meeting that the veto message was brought up at was technically out of order. So for future events, for veto messages to be allowed and the process of questioning to be allowed as well for the student body president, I decided to create this act to define the veto messages in the forgot the term, consent agenda, because there's like a list of definitions for that, and there is not one for veto messages. So decided to add that in, and then I also added the procedure so that it's more defined for future events.
Okay, awesome. That was the sponsor report. We'll go into the committee report, and then we'll actually we'll go into questions after all the reports. This piece of legislation was referred to the Standing Committee on Rules. So Chair Nandula, you have 5 minutes to deliver a committee report.
All right, so after a thorough review by the Rules Committee, we found that SB 55 is a great bill and brings positive changes to statutes. No amendments were made, and SB 55 is sent back to Senate with a favorable review.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. All right, now we will move into a period of 10 minutes for questions. Are there any questions on this piece of legislation? I have a query from Senator Williams.
I am wondering why it is specifically worded that the student body president will have the option to have a period of questioning and not just there's a set period of questioning.
I will refer that to the sponsor.
So the reason for that is because Robert's Rules says that a speaker is allowed to have the option to have a period of questioning or not. So based on that, I included it. Plus, queries can always come up during debate, and it's always the right within an individual. From my interpretation, is that especially as student body president, they're not required to be questioned, right? So if they feel like if the student body president felt the need that they wanted to go straight to debate or whatever, and then they didn't have to. So it's that option. So you can't really force someone to be have a period of questioning.
Thank you. That was does that answer your question enough? Okay. All right. Question from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
Just to follow up to on a question asked by a previous senator, given that the Student Senate is a legislative branch and the purpose of it is to draft pieces of legislation which have the check of the student body president's veto, do you think you're removing at all the autonomy of the Student Senate or the strength in the numbers of the Student Senate by making the period of questioning optional?
I don't think it would be taken away from the autonomy or the strength of the numbers, as you said, as they can all the queries can always be brought up during debate as well. So that is always an option in the senator's rights. And so by making it optional, it's just something within the rights of the student body president that's just being made known.
Also, as a point of information, this period of questions is separate from the period of questions on the motion to overturn. So there's like I guess the first period of questions is optional, and then you always have a period of questions for every motion that you bring to the table. Does that clarify anything and that sort of stuff? So that it's not like you're getting rid of the options to questions. But with that, I have a question from Senator Dean.
Going off the previous lines of questions, with saying the word optional, would it maybe insinuate that the student body president would be able to not answer any questions no matter the period?
No,
I'm gonna
because
answer.
yeah, that's specifically optional towards the period of questioning that they could allow after the message, right? So in the order of this, it's going to be the messages are read, and then there will be a period of questioning for each of them after they've been read. And if the student body president doesn't want that to happen, then they can say no to it. However, during a period of debate, if there was a motion to overturn or anything like that, then queries can be brought up. And once again, the student body president technically, I think, can still, or any senator for that matter, during a period of questioning, can still deny to respond to a question. But it doesn't overrule any ability of a senator to pull up a period of questioning during a motion to overturn and the debate following thereafter.
Did that answer your question? Okay. All right. All right. We have a query from Webster.
This is more of like a procedural question because I'm unsure of like the procedure of vetoes. So if like is the only other time we'd be able to like ask questions about a veto is like if somebody motions to overturn it, like how would we be able to ask questions if the student body president like does not provide the option for the questioning during the veto portion of the meeting?
I think if in the event, like theoretically as it stands, the sponsor can correct me, if the student body president, let's say, denied or like declined the option for questions regarding the veto message, the only other, like unless there was a motion to overturn, there would not be another period of questions based on the way that the bill is written, if that's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, awesome. I have a query from Senator Dewberry, or Pro Tempore Dewberry. Goodness, sorry. I almost called you secretary.
I mean, I was a secretary before.
Yes,
But to the corresponding senator, do you think that removing the period of questioning is like making it optional? Do you think that's a good idea, considering that the student body president, like if given a period of questioning, could also just say, just as well as they could during deliberations, that I choose not to answer that specific question?
I see your point there, and we can make amendments during second reading, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. The amendments will be in order during debate. So we're still in the questioning portion period. So if you have questions, please try to keep them neutral. This is about asking questions about the piece of legislation. Okay. I have a query from Senator Lennon.
Forgive me for harping on the option of the questions being answered. I'm just looking for a little clarification if this is just outlining the way that veto messages are going to be done because we don't have an outline for that, or if this is purely to give the student body president a option to
This-
not answer.
So this is just giving a process. Like normally, like we have had in the agenda before, like even when we don't have veto messages, it's just a part of the agenda. It's more fleshing it out and giving it like a procedure of and that sort of thing. Because whenever we had veto messages, we were like, okay, for organization purposes, we're gonna give all the veto messages and then have like some period of questions and then have the motions to overturn procedurally. But like this is like codifying what we did in the previous meetings into practice. Does that help you? Okay. Yeah. All right. Query from Senator Williams.
This is a bit of a two-parter for the corresponding senator. You said that the thought to add the option originated from Robert's Rules, correct?
Yes.
Which part in addition, just for my own reference, so I could check myself.
Hi. Give me 1 second.
Okay. We'll get the answer to your question in a little bit. But is it the one that we were at some point you had talked to me about?
I don't remember.
Okay, never mind.
It's probably sticky noted somewhere.
Okay. All right. So with that, are there any other questions regarding the piece of legislation? Okay. Do you have it? Senator DeBay? Do you have your answer?
Page 42? Question
Uh,
mark? I think that was the one that I had bookmarked and I'm reading from.
Do you want to read out loud the part of Robert's Rules?
Hold up. Wait, that's the one on debate. My bad. Never mind.
Okay. Whenever you get that, just let me know and then is that okay? All right. So awesome. With that, is that a motion? Okay. Is there we will now move into a period of debate, alternating in pro or con. Okay. All right. Is there a motion? Okay. Which one of you is motioning? Okay. You can get the motion. You can get the second. All right. There is a motion by Senator Dewberry.
I move to amend this enacted clause to remove the word optional or the words option to allow a period of questioning. So the student body president will have a period of questioning, or however we best word that.
You could sequentially, you could say followed by, like just make it as the end of the next sentence.
Yeah, just followed by a period of questioning.
Okay. Can we get that amendment up on the screen? Followed by a followed by yeah. Okay. All right. So the motion has been made. Is there a second?
Damn.
Okay. I have a second from Senator Roman. You get the second tonight. Are you taking minutes? Yes, I'm doing both. Okay. Well, wait. You have a legislative secretary right next to you.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay. All right. Sorry, technical difficulties with absences. All right. So, all right. So now we will go into debate on the amendment itself. I think we also do you have Senator DeBay? Do you have your source or for the point of information?
No, I am going to try to find it as to the best of my abilities because this is a vase, and there could be always a chance that I have miscited the Robert's Rules. Now that I'm thinking about it.
In general, though, Robert's Rules doesn't always have a period. Like, there's not always like a period of questions. A period of questions is a generally an us thing. So like I think that's where the optionality comes from. But all right, does that answer your question enough? Is there a query?
The reason I asked is because, like, I know that student government follows the procedure of Robert's Rules, and to a certain degree, obviously, but I just wanted to know to that degree, of which
Yeah.
it follows.
So, with a fun fact of like, so Robert's rules is the general governing document, I guess, for any sort of parliamentary procedure that's not outlined in statutes, and that sort of thing. But so unless we specify it, specify differently, like to deviate from Robert's rules, that's where we draw from. And I think I do remember that there's a section, there's something that says like, actually, I might be wrong. I'm going to correct myself from previously. If there's not a period, if there's not a specified period of questions, it's like and you want to have one, the default is 10 minutes. So it's like, unless we have something, I do remember looking at this because this was some research that was done, and that sort of thing. You have the option of having a 10-minute one. And I can't remember having, I know that that's more specifically, that's something that states in Robert's rules. If you want to have a period of questions, you have an optional 10-minute one for any given motion, if that helps. Okay, with that, we will now move into pro or con debate, we started with, we had pro last time. Is there any con debate? Seeing none, we'll move into pro debate. I'm gonna pro debate from Barker.
So like based on the changes, based on Robert's rules, there is normally a period of questioning for all presentations. So, and there's no way you can outright refuse a period of questioning. The student body president, like based on any presenter, can politely decline any question. However, there's no outright refusal. So based on that, this just makes it more in line with Robert's rules and more in line with our statutes. So
Awesome. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Any con debate? Any pro debate? Pro debate from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
First of all, I want to thank the corresponding senator for their hard work on this. Truly a great bill. My only concern with it was obviously the optional part. I do believe that as members of the legislative branch, if a bill comes from us, we should have the right to hear about like why it was vetoed or why a decision was made about it. Also, if you look through most of our statutes, we also don't typically provide the option for a period of questioning. It's just there. So I believe having this period of questioning is essential to the functioning and inner workings of the Student Senate. Additionally, there's also no guarantee that we will overturn every message of veto, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't have the option to ask questions about that. Because keep in mind that the overturn doesn't have to come over the listserv. It could come after a senator hears why the student body president vetoed the message.
Okay, awesome. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Any pro debate? Any debate at all? Seeing none, we will close the period of debate and move into a period of question, or a roll call vote. Secretary Watts, give me 2 seconds, and then I will pull up the thing and be your marker. So,
Point of information.
yes.
Are we voting on the amendment?
Wait, sorry, I apologize.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thank you for that word, whoever said it.
Thank you for the correction. Okay, so we were going. Thank you. I thought that for some reason the
You're
amendment
good.
had passed in my mind. Appreciate it. All right. So all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. No. Voice it. Okay. All right. So, all right. I'm going to say that ayes have it and the amendment passes. So, can we resolve that? Resolve that suggestion. Thank you. Appreciate. All right. So now we will go into a period of now we're back into debate about the legislation as a whole. All right. Is there any pro debate, con debate amendments to the piece of legislation as a whole? I see a motion from Senator Baker.
I move the previous question.
All right. Previous question has been called. Second from Proxy Barker. All right. All in favor of previous question means going directly into a roll call vote. Please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right. Ayes have it, and we'll go directly into a roll call vote. Okay. So now give me a second to get the roll call vote up. Okay. Hmm? Oh, point of information. Yes.
I think I misexplained my own legislation, so that is my fault.
Would you
Um,
like to?
Yeah, say that again.
Okay. Yeah. Would you like to explain your thing? Go for it.
All right, so there's this one whereas clause that I misinterpreted myself. It says whereas Roberts. Hold up, that's the third. I need to read the third one. Okay, whereas veto messages from the student body president in the order of business is not a motion, therefore no questioning may occur. That's the one I was trying to think about, and so yeah, nah, y'all are totally in the right for that, and thanks for catching that too.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is that okay. Yeah. You only have questions. Thank you. Now I'm remembering our discussion. You only are required to have a period of questions for something that is a motion. So like a piece of legislation, a motion to like block and that sort of thing. But the messages themselves are not an actual like motion, if that makes sense. So that's where I think the optionality came from. But a query from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
Are our receipts and petitions motions?
No, but they are specified in statutes to have a period of questions.
So this can still be specified in statutes to have a period of questions.
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
So, okay. So, okay. So, this is SB. Sorry, what SB is this? SB. What number? 55. Thank you. Okay. All right. So now we will go into a roll call vote, assuming that there is no rescinding of that motion. All right. And so, yeah, you call it, and then I'll say you could. So you can vote yes, no, pass, or abstain. Pass means that we'll come back to you. You just need a little bit more time to think.
Abdul Alim, Ahmed, Alim, Al Shamari, Apperson, Baker, Barker, Barrett, Biggs.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Biggs, Boaz, Cars, Carter, Shiganti, Cook, DeVay.
You don't have to abstain on your own thing. Yeah, you don't have to abstain on your own legislation.
Dewberry, Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Echeburu, Fields, Frank, Hardwick.
I was advised yes.
You can just vote yes. You're proxy Hardwick right now. Don't worry.
Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Kalenina, Khan,
You skipped Joshi.
oh, Joshi,
Was Khan yes? Was Khan yes?
Khan,
Khan? Okay. Thank you.
Ledford, Lennon,
I think you skipped Kolu as well. Kolu?
Kalu,
Kalu?
Lewis, Lundergan, Mengistab, Mobley, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Piriani, Pittman, Price, Rao, Robertson, Robinson, Roman, Roth, Roy, Shonik, Seitz, Shahid, Smith, Taylor, Urchuk,
Yes.
me, yes, Webb, Webster, Wetzberger, Watley, Williams, Williams. That sounded like Bueller. Okay.
Bueller.
Zalokin, Yasa, and then Joe.
Oh, and also you have your appointees.
Oh yes, Spencer, and Falso.
Also, oh yeah, we don't have Joshi. Okay, did we miss anybody, or would anybody like to change their vote? Rolf? Okay, hold on. Let me. Okay, this. Sorry, hold on. Apologies. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, awesome. I think everybody is standardized now. Does everybody see their stuff on the thing? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Would anybody like to change? Did we miss anybody, or would anybody like to change their vote? So, I'm just okay.
Raise your hand.
Okay. Rolf, or actually, okay, Rolf. Okay, yeah, just Davis was Davis. Sorry, okay. Desai, Deet, haven't been sworn yet. Echebrewer is not here. Hines, Ibrahim, Rolf. Sorry. Is there anybody? Rao, Shahid, Smith, or okay. Watley, not here. William or Zolikan. Okay. Did we miss anybody, or anybody like to change the vote? All right, seeing none, this piece of legislation with 50 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this piece of legislation does pass and will be enrolled and included in my next statutes changes. All right, awesome. So congratulations. Sorry, apologies. Thank you for bearing with us on this. All right, now we will move into our next piece of legislation. This is GB 56, the Delegation of the Year Award. So, Legislative Secretary, will you please read the long title? Yeah, 56.
Sorry. A government bill to be entitled an act to amend student body statutes to include a Delegation of the Year Award and codify the Committee of the Year Award.
This piece of legislation was sponsored by Senator Nyla Dean. Nyla, you have 5 minutes to deliver your sponsor report.
Hello, everyone. So basically, this legislation is just to create an incentive for the delegations to perform delegation outreach events, just because historically we've seen that not many delegation outreach events have been fulfilled as per required by statutes. And so just having an award would be a great driver of participation. And then also, we typically have Committee of the Year awards at banquets at the end of the session, but it's never put in statutes alongside our other awards. So just codifying that into statutes.
Awesome. All right. So this piece of legislation was referred to the Committee on Grow. So Chair Fields, you will have 5 minutes to deliver a sponsor report.
I yield my time to Vice Chair Ledford.
During our committee meeting, we had only pro debate on this bill, and we sent it back to Senate with favorable review from GROW, the best committee that you should join. Thanks.
Awesome. All right. So that was our committee report. We'll now move into a period of 10 minutes for questions. Are there any questions on this piece of legislation? Seeing none, we will move directly into a period of debate of 21 minutes. Not to alternating pro and con, and so we'll have we had con debate last time, or pro debate last time. Is there any con debate? Seeing no con debate, we'll go into pro debate. Pro debate from Senator Williams.
I think it is so vitally important that we codify this into our statutes so that Finance Committee can continue to win Committee of the Year, and also so that cows can win Delegation of the Year. Thank you.
All right. All right. That was pro debate. Do I see any con debate? Any pro debate? Senator Fields. Chair Fields.
That's a question mark on that Finance winning Committee of the Year. Yeah, the bill overall, I think it's a great addition. Really codifies, the whole committee of the year thing, whatever with finance or whatever. But be on lookout, chairs. Grow's on the come up. And so is the college education delegation. So I believe it does create a good spirit within the Senate and gives us a good drive to, be our best senators as possible, especially within Grow.
I'm loving the I'm loving the fierce competition for committee of the year. Normally it's not like this roaring. All right. We have that was pro debate. Is there con debate? Is that a query? A query from Senator Rolfe. What's your query?
So in the legislation here, I'm seeing that the winners will be selected by Senate vote. And I'm just wondering what precautions are in place to stop delegations and committees for just voting for themselves and the larger committees and delegations just taking it away every time because they are larger in number.
So one, it's a nomination process. So like you would have to nominate a delegation and that sort of thing. And then also two, the biggest committee of the year hasn't always won. Finance has been historically one of the smaller committees and has like a 4 or 5 year streak or something like that. If that and it's not based on a numbers sort of thing, if that helps you. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right. Was a query. Is that a query from Barrett?
I don't know if this has already been answered, but what exactly are we being judged on for delegations? I guess
That is actually a very good question. I will refer that to the sponsor.
So that is why I created the lovely delegation outreach events tracking sheet. So it's ultimately, I think actually it says in the added statutes part into our added statutes in the legislation, some of the various things that it could be judged on. If you want to pull that up, I don't have my laptop out.
It says
Yeah.
So part 9-2.35, the name and the origin and purpose of the award shall be given to one delegation to recognize their distinguished accomplishments of going above and beyond to outreach and engage their college's constituents. I feel like that should be delegation, but I digress. Anyways, sorry. Okay, does that answer your question? That doesn't seem like it. No. Okay. Do you want to ask a follow-up question? Also turn on your mic too if you're going to ask a question.
I guess I'll just read that, right?
What did you say?
So there's already a list of so there's
What's the question? What are you trying to get at?
Yeah, so basically the delegation outreach event tracking, it's just kind of to show the progress and how much a delegation's actually fulfilling their requirements as per statute, which is one delegation outreach event per semester. And so that's kind of just the bare minimum. And so obviously if we see a delegation that's not fulfilling the requirement, obviously there might be other delegations that are, so we consider them for delegation of the year. It's honestly up to the interpretation of the Senate. That's kind of how the committee votes were going on before, just what delegations outreaching to most constituents, what's I guess gone above and beyond, just committee, what committee does great work, although it should have been DIO last year, but
It's a
yeah.
it's a collective discussion and vote, if that helps you at the end of the year. So it's not something that's it's not a quantitative metric. Does that help you? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Is there the point of information from Pro Tempore Dewberry?
To answer a previous senator's question, if you look at the committee assignments layout, our committees usually come in pairs of 2. So there's no committee that's significantly bigger than any of them, except for tuition and fees, which is significantly smaller than the rest of our committees. So I don't think that one will be winning right now, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But we have them in pairs. DIO and student affairs is often paired, and then rules and grow, and then finance is kind of its own thing. So finance and treasury treasury used to be a committee, but anyways, so that was a query. Now we're going to go into pro debate from Senator Baker.
This is a great bill. Good job, Senator Dean. I think this is the point of a good Senate is we're doing internal and external stuff, so we should pass this.
Awesome. Thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Seeing no con debate, pro debate from Pro Tempore Dewberry.
First of all, I want to thank all the chairs for actually competing for it this year. I mean, I can't say which one of them is my favorite committee.
That's like picking a favorite child. You're not supposed to.
But I would like to point out, a lot of us, when we ran for Student Senate, said we were going to try to increase our outreach to the student body and reach out to our constituents. This incentivizes us to do it. There's not many ways through which we can actually get that done, but delegation outreach events is one currently underutilized way through which we can reach out directly and talk to the people that elected us to the office.
Okay, awesome. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Is there I have a query from Pro Tempore Dewberry. Sorry,
All right, I'm gonna
queries
keep-
take over precedence over motions.
I'm gonna keep this short. For the corresponding senator, are there, just like we have like attendance sort of precautions for GROW, are there any sort of restrictions or outlines and statutes about like what would happen if someone just doesn't complete the event? Because it does say we have to do it in statutes.
I mean, as there's not like a. I mean, if you break statutes, you could be called out or punished, I guess. But like that's a general thing for any part of statutes, if that helps. Okay, but also point if the chair has or the sponsor has anything to add to that.
No, but I just get sad when it's not completed.
Yeah, I mean, we can hound them, people, or like be like, yeah, please do your thing. But anyways, follow-up question, query.
Is there any intention to reach out to delegations that just don't do their job this year?
Continual delegation head meetings.
Okay, awesome. All right. Cold is kind of making its. Oh, so is that a motion from? Oh, there's a query from Senator Lennon.
To nominate somebody for this award, can the delegations nominate themselves?
I mean, I would assume so. Yes. It's the same thing with any other sort of nomination sort of thing, like election or award and that type of thing. I guess that's kind of under the discretion of the chair at that time, but yes, I would say yeah, generally, unless it specifies otherwise. Okay. All right. Is there any other no other queries? I have a motion from Proxy Barker. Previous question has been called. Is there a second from Perry? All right. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right. Ayes have it and previous question. So roll call vote. Let's go. Woo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right. Okay. All right. With that, I'm just. Do you want me to go through it, or do you got it? Okay. All right. Go for it, Secretary Watts.
Abdul Alim, Ahmed, Alim, Al Shamari, Apperson, Baker, Barker, Barrett, Biggs, Boaj. She says yes.
Boaz says yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cars. Yes. Carter. Shiganti. Cook. DeVay. Davis. Desai.
They haven't been sworn in yet.
Oh, sorry. And hasn't either.
Nope.
Okay. Dewberry.
Yes.
Dean. Dixon. Dunn. Echeburu. Fields. Frank. Hardwick. Hernandez. Hines. Ibrahim. Joshi. Kalinina. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundergan. Mengestab. Mobley. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Piriani. Pittman. Price. Rao. Robertson. Rolfe. Robinson. Rauman. Roman, sorry. Roth. Roy. Shonik. Seitz. Shahid. Smith, Taylor, Urchuk,
Yes.
Watts, Webb.
Or what do you, how do you
Oh
vote?
yes. I'm sorry. I'm going too fast. Sorry guys.
How do you vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Webb, Webster, Wetzberger, Watley, Williams.
Yes.
Williams too.
Yes.
Oh,
Zal-
Williams too.
Zalokin, Yasa, and Zoe.
And Spencer? Joshi? Or not Joshi, sorry. Falso? Okay. All right, with 49 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this piece of legislation does pass, and will be sent to the student body president for her signature or veto. Congratulations. All right. Okay. Also, if we are pronouncing your name or you need to alter your name pronunciation guide, let us know. Okay. Now we'll move into FB 61, Animal Companion Club Funding Act. Okay. Parker, I'm gonna have you give the committee and sponsor report. I'm just gonna give you like 15 minutes or to talk through all of them all at once for all of these pieces of legislation. If that's okay, is everybody okay with that? Okay. All right. So go ahead, talk about it.
I'm going to yield my time to Lance Williams because I was not at this meeting.
Okay, perfect. You have like 15 minutes to just talk.
Boy, yay. So yes, Senator Carter did an excellent job presiding over this committee meeting, and we heard from 5 different organizations. So starting with the first one, we had the Animal Companion Club, and essentially they're a group that does exactly what their title says they do. They typically bring in club speakers very often for their clubs, and they try to pay their speakers just as a nice gift to them about $50 per speaker. They ask for $5 semesterly as their due, so pretty low in comparison to some other clubs. So we felt like it was a good necessary measure to help fund them so that they can continue to bring in speakers that are relevant to most of their majors and career paths. And there was a question about them purchasing t-shirts, and it follows everything within Treasury guidelines of spending. And we voted yes and favorable review with that group. Next, we move on to Rowing Club. And so we typically are going to fund organizations that travel a little bit higher because we know that travel costs can typically be make or break for a lot of clubs, but this is not for a rowing competition. This is for a general just spring retreat, and they happen to be rowing in boats. So we funded them slightly less than we would probably a travel request, but that passed as well. And it was for general expenses such as their van rental, gas, housing rental for that. Moving on to Consult Your Community. That is a very large club for lots of our students in the Poole College of Management, and it's a student-ran nonprofit that provides consulting specifically to women and minority-owned businesses. And one of their largest events is holding a business fair outside on Stafford Commons, and they try to be able to foot the cost of these businesses coming in and holding that business fair. So we thought that was a great worthy cause. They have some general expenses related to their tents, tables, chairs, and linens. And so we funded to help them out to be able to host this business fair on campus. And also a note is that a lot of these businesses are run by NC State students. Then we have Alpha Gamma Row. I think is just the greatest thing in the world that they have their Alpha Gamma Rodeo. Like, isn't that just wonderful? They have some good barbecue. Honestly, I didn't ever hear is this Western barbecue or Eastern North Carolina barbecue. That might be a make or break tonight on my vote. But we'll see. They bring in a bull riding attraction, so that's just a really fun thing. And generally this is quite a large event, and they donate all the proceeds that are coming in that are not going to the cost of hosting the event to North Carolina farm families. So we felt this was a very worthy cause and is one of the higher dollar items that we are funding and voted favorably on this. And then last one, we snuck in an extra organization into our meeting, the Sustainable Entrepreneurship at NC State. And they just had some general costs of operation for their club throughout the year. We're not allowed to fund literal costs of operations such as stamps or something like that, but we are helping. They have a fishing tournament that they host at a local lake to the Raleigh community, and they also do a lot of drives of collecting various things on the side of the road because they are an environmental focused club. And then they also have aluminum can drives where they can usually turn these in and get a small profit. So we were pleased to see that they were trying to bring in their own money outside of that, and we voted favorably. So those are the 5 bills.
Okay. We're gonna, because that was one really big report, we're gonna go into a period of questions on all of that, or like actually we're gonna go questions individually. We'll do questions individually with each piece of consideration. All right. So with that, are there any questions on FB or FB 61, which Legislative Secretary, if you'll read the long title for the second time. Well, after each long title, we'll go into a period of questions. Sound good? Sorry, we did a little out of order, but trying to have less intermittent talking. But go for it.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of funding Animal Companion Club.
Okay. Are there any questions regarding the piece of legislation for Animal Companion Club? I see a query from Senator DeVay.
Can you explain the amount requested and then the amount that the Finance Committee has decided to allot? Still, we had to approve it, but a lot within the bill.
I'll refer that to Senator Williams.
Essentially, we don't have like a exact fee schedule of how much we give to organizations based on what they're asking, but some of the big items that we look at is how much they have in their bank account already, how much we think the organization is actually making a good impact on their students, and looking at what revenues that organization is bringing in. So if it's a smaller club, they're not really having to spend the fees to necessarily survive or do a thing. We're typically going to fund them lower. So that's why you're seeing a lower number on this one in particular. So really what they request is just a baseline, and we don't really play the game too much of, oh, well, they requested a little bit less, so we might give them more or anything like that. So it's just like there's no set way, but it's just kind of throwing out numbers until we find something we're happy with.
Also with in Finance Committee, because we don't have infinite money, oftentimes the question that's asked is like, if we could only fund one thing, like what would you want us to fund, and that sort of thing. So it's often out of the request, they don't fund the entire thing because otherwise we would run out of money very, very quickly. But a query from Secretary Earthchuck.
This is going to come out really bad, and I don't mean it the way it's about to come out, but I can't think of another way to word it. Is this like paying speakers common practice for other like clubs and colleges? Okay, because like
generally
Chas doesn't really do that, so I'm just confused.
Generally, speaker fees are like, that's something that we have standard procedures on for within the appropriation cycle. So I guess-ish. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Is there any other questions regarding this piece of legislation? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into debate, alternating pro and con. We last ended with the pro debate. Is there any con debate? Seeing no con debate, is there any pro debate? Pro debate from Senator DeVay.
Honestly, okay, so basically say that the numbers are less, right? Like, I don't know, I actually don't know, I should have asked this during the queries, but if they don't have that many members and the member fee is $5, which is fantastic, we always love a club that has a $5 member fee. I think it's great that we're going to be able to support them to be able to bring in those speakers. Honestly, I might want to go to one of myself. So I think it's great that we have this bill, and we would be able to support them for those events.
Awesome. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Seeing no con debate, any pro debate? Any debate at all? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the period of debate and we'll go straight into a roll call vote. So, FB 61, All right. You can vote yes, no, pass, or abstain, and whenever you want to call the roll.
Okay, Abdul Alim, Ahmed. Oh, sorry. Ahmed, Alim, Al-Shamari, Apperson, Baker, Barker, Barrett, Biggs, Boash, Kars, Carter, Shiganti, Cook, DeVay, Davis, Dewberry,
Yes.
Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Echeburu, Fields, Frank, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Joshi, Kalinina, Khan, Kalu, Ledford, Lennon, Lewis, Lundergan, Mengestab, Mobley, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Piriani, Pittman, Price, Rao, Robertson, Rolfe, Robinson, Roman, Roth, Roy, Shonik, Seitz, Shahid, Smith, Taylor, Urchuk,
Yes.
me, I vote yes. Webb, Webster, Wetzberger, Watley, Williams, Williams, Zalokin, Yasa, and Zoe. And then Spencer and Falso. Is it Falso or Falso? It's Falso. Yes. Awesome.
All right. Did I miss anybody, or anybody like to change their vote? Thank you for paying attention. All right. Anybody? Sorry, I'm being sassy with Daniel because he can. Because. Okay. Yeah, you were better than last week. It's okay. No, I'm just picking on you. I'm sorry. That was mean. All right. Is anybody like to change their vote? Also, this is something because we've had an abstain. For anybody that is a member or like would directly or maybe indirectly benefit from one of these clubs, that is for a finance bill, we do ask that you abstain just because conflict of interest and ethical sort of stuff. But but that going forward, just wanted to let you all know. Okay, so with that, 47 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this piece of legislation does pass and will be sent to the student body president for a signature or veto. All right, so yay, finance committee. All right. So now we will move into the next piece of legislation, FB 62, Rowing Club at NC State Funding Act.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of funding rowing club at NC State.
Okay, awesome. All right, so are there any questions on this piece of legislation? Question from Senator DeVay.
Have we funded previous spring retreats? Or is that not
Okay.
Okay.
In the appropriation cycle, I know that there's a lot of clubs that we're allowed to fund like their member meetings and that sort of thing. Like I know that oftentimes it's a use of productive practice and that sort of thing. But we have done that in the past, and so there is precedent for it, if that helps you. Yes. Is there a follow-up question?
Yeah. Does the corresponding senator have information on the club size and the dues that they're charged?
I will refer that to Senator Dunn as. Use your mic.
I'm actually the treasurer of this organization, so I can kind of give you some insight into that.
Give it as point of information. Don't. I'm not going to recognize you. For
Okay,
debate,
so the dues per semester are $300, and we have about 70 members.
Another query from Senator DeVay.
Can you give a breakdown of those $300 if it's possible?
If you give me 1 second, I can pull up our Google Drive and like have like a item by item expense if that's what you want. But a lot of that goes towards paying like payment plans on boats. Rowing is just inherently a very expensive sport, and then we also have to pay for like storage fees at the park where we row, insurance fees, all that type of stuff.
And also, Senator Williams, these questions were also asked and considered during the committee meeting as well, correct?
Not necessarily. They're not in my notes.
Okay.
It depends on the organization if we get to those questions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right. Last question, and then I'm gonna go to Daniel.
Okay. So like no worries about the exact breakdown, but like how much would you say of the 300 by 70? I don't know that number off the top of my head right now, but how much of that would you think be left over for like events like a spring retreat and stuff like that?
I guess like what percentage is student government paying versus what is the club paying?
If you give me 1 second, I can find out a little bit more. But in the past, we traditionally haven't been able to do this just because we haven't had the money to, because it's an expensive thing and it's kind of like a luxury item where the club because the water's too cold to train here at that time. So then the club goes down to Florida and then they practice like twice a day for the week. And then
Student government is not paying for the entire trip, are they?
no, they are not. But
Does
now
that
that we
answer
have
your
enough,
question? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, partially, but I just wanted to know the additional.
Yeah.
I can try to get you an exact breakdown. I'm just going through our budget.
Yeah, but also encourage you to go to finance committee if you want to like get more involved and ask these questions then. But anyways, Proxy Barker.
I don't want this to sound rude, but some of the questions that you're asking, that the previous center are asking, are questions that should have been asked in finance. And while I'm like glad that you have information on it, other senator. We can't really like I want to be fair to all the people that are like all the clubs that are getting finance bills. I don't think that it's necessarily in order for
Fair.
you to
Yeah, we can
discuss it.
also discuss it from a budget standpoint if we have the budgets from the finance that were presented to finance committee. Is that an equitable response, like an equal sort of thing? We'll discuss based on what was presented to finance committee. Do you have the budget as chair?
I do. I have the budget, which is a total breakdown of the trip. And so the total expenses for this trip are for all the approximately $13,500. And finance committee, if this was approved, would be funding $450, I believe.
Okay, awesome. Does that answer your question? And is that
Yes.
We'll proceed like that from now on, of referring to the budget that was presented to finance committee. But yeah, what's your question?
If like any of these organizations come to the meeting, based on that, are they allowed to like, if a senator asks, are you allowed to move a question to them for them to answer? Like if they come,
Generally, I would probably refer it to the finance committee chair because
Uh-huh.
they should have presented it like when it was created and that sort of thing. But I mean, like technically, it's not against the rules, I guess, if that's in a theoretical situation. But yeah, if that helps. So yeah, but they're not. The clubs are not expected to come to Senate, if that helps you. All right. So with that, we are still in a period of questions. Are there any other questions regarding this piece of legislation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go into a period of debate. Is there any debate on this piece of legislation? I see pro debate from Senator Cars.
I think so long as we have money to fund student organizations, we should fund them.
Awesome, thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Seeing none, I will go into pro debate. Pro debate from Senator DeVay.
After getting to understand the rowing club and their situation and how they operate, I think it's really beneficial that we would be able to fund them in part with the amount that the finance committee has allocated in the bill, and I would highly encourage it.
Awesome. All right. So that was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Any pro debate? Any debate at all? If I'm going too fast with these kinds of things, let me know, but I've been told to speed it up. Anyways, seeing no debate, I'm going to close the period of debate and we're going to go straight into a roll call vote. I'm just going to go through it just for the sake of speed. Abdul Alim, Alim, Al-Shamari, Apperson, Baker, Barker, Barrett, Biggs, Boaz, Cars, Carter, Chiganti, Cook, DeVay, Davis, Dewberry, Dean, Dixon, Dunn, Echeburu, Fields, Frank, Hardwick, Hernandez, Hines, Ibrahim, Joshi, Kalanina, Khan, Kolu, Ledford, Lennon. Okay. Lewis, Lundergan, Mangastab, Mobley, Nandula, Perez, Perry, Piriani, Pittman, Price, Rao, Robertson, Rolfe, Robinson, Roman, Roth, Roy, Shonek, Seitz, Shahid, Smith, Taylor, Urchuk, Watts, Webb, Webster, Wetzbarger, Watley, almost hit, Williams, Lance, Rayshawn Williams, Zolakan, Yasa, Joe, Spencer, and Falso. All right. With 46 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 2 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass and will go to the student body president for a signature or veto. All right. Awesome. Thank you, Finance Committee. All right, now yay, snap Finance Committee. All right, now we're going to go into FB 63, Consult Your Community Funding Act. Legislative Secretary.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of funding Consult Your Community.
Okay, awesome. This piece of legislation, is there any questions on this regarding this piece of legislation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go end the period of questions and go directly into debate. Is there any debate on this piece of legislation? Con debate from Senator Williams.
I know this is a little interesting because I did vote yes on this in committee, but the more I've reflected on exactly what Consult Your Community is doing, I know they do incredible things. I support them as a club on campus, but specifically for what this is being funded for, we're essentially, shall I say, subsidizing outside businesses to come in to a business fair, and I really don't think that is the best use of student government funds to be helping outside organizations.
Okay. A query for a point of information. Is this going to verge on debate? Okay. Point of information. Use your mic.
The issue is regarding student fees going towards students. The event still benefits students in the sense that when organizations come to state,
Is
students
this debate? Is this
I don't think
debate?
that's debate. I think that's just clarifying the definition of the event and clarifying that it
There's
isn't
still
towards
some
student
student benefit if that was argued. If that helps with is the point of
Or
information.
with that, then nullify student benefits. Students get to experience.
It's an
local
event for
businesses.
students. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. This event is intended to the audience is students. So okay, was your point of information. All right. A query from Barker.
Can you clarify the exact event they're trying to fund with the tents, tables, chairs, and linens? Is that for an event where students will come to and meet people? I'm quite confused.
If I'm know what this event is correctly, this is something that is where small businesses come and sell their folks that they've worked with, the consultative community has worked with, come, and it's like something on like Stafford Commons and that sort of thing that they come and that sort of thing, and that's what they're requesting the tables and linens for. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? Okay, awesome. All right, we have a query from Senator Urchuk.
How many okay, first of all, so if this is being held on Stafford Commons, like the university activities board or whoever will like supply these kinds of things typically, correct?
Yes, but you still have to pay for them. There still is a fee for renting them and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Like for student centers, even if you have like rent out Stafford
I see.
Commons.
So is
Does that help?
this anticipating for rental rather than purchase then? Is that
Is this a purchase or a rental, Senator Williams?
So typically they do have like 10 by 10 tents available for use, but Consult Your Community wants the large 20 by 60 tents that are huge. So they are, I believe, going outside to rent these. So that's kind of why.
So, but yes, it's a rental, not a purchase. Okay. We can make a clerical friendly amendment of renting for the purpose of renting, if that would clarify it. Is that a clerical error, would you say? Okay. Is everybody okay with that? Renting? All right, perfect. All right, awesome. Query from Senator Rolfe.
So you explained kind of what the event is logistically, but like what are students doing at this event? So like what's the benefit that students are getting from this?
From what I know, students are able to like go and like purchase and in the same way that there's any sort of other vendors events and that kind of thing. And I think I went to this last year, so that's why that's what I'm basing my knowledge off of. I think there was also some like scavenger hunts and like some free actually, if you come into the Senate office, there's a caricature and that's on the wall, and I think that was from that, if I'm remembering correctly. That's so there's some like free stuff that's given away as well as like vendors and that sort of thing. Does that help?
So just to clarify, it's like a small shop, so to speak, of all the companies
Like
that
a
they've
little
consulted.
farmer's market type of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. All right. A point of information also from Senator DeVay.
Yeah.
Is this I know that you're a part of this, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. So
I was going to
keep it
clarify.
Point of information.
So, the event last year, how it was held was small businesses that had worked with CYC or haven't, they were all brought in to Stafford Commons as a means to present themselves and get their voices out there. So it was a way to reach a new demographic in the students. So that was the main purpose. There was also, I'm pretty sure, Student Made was there.
Yeah.
And that is, if you don't know, that's a student organization at NC State and in multiple other universities where they organize students that create art or goods by themselves to sell. So they were there as well. And then students that came in, they were able to engage through the event by getting raffles and getting free food tickets. And basically they would go around to each of to the businesses and ask them questions and fill out things. So they'd be required to learn about what needle and thread is, or what
there's a scavenger
made for
hunt.
me is, and stuff like that. So there was a scavenger hunt involved in that way. And so it was a great way for students to learn about it was an opportunity for students to learn about small businesses around the Raleigh and Triangle area, and also create connections that way as well. So
I'm going to count that as your pro debate, but all right. Is there a query from Senator Webster?
This is a question for the sponsors, but did the organization present like reasons for why they want to use like bigger tents and like go to like outside sources as opposed to like using the resources on campus for like the
I'm going to
regular
refer that
size
to
tents?
Senator Williams.
The best we could really get on why they want these big tents is just because there's 52 vendors coming, and there was the need to go to those outside tents.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Point of information from Senator Baker.
It's really a query. I just didn't want to find my card.
Okay. Query.
Honestly. If we don't fund this, how will it impact the organization?
I'll answer that to Senator Williams.
Can I have a second? Like,
Yeah.
get that.
All right. We'll get back to you on that. Query from Proxy Kalanina.
All right. I just had a question
Yeah.
to the sponsors of the bill.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask if the people organizing the event got a quote for the price of the big tents before they give you guys a number, or they just ask you guys for the money, then they would just like rent out the tents afterwards.
Generally, whenever they list this is like on the budget, they do have to give us a number and that sort of thing for each line item. Whether or not we know where they got that number from, I'm gonna refer that to Senator Williams. So
We don't have like an exact quote that they provide us, but the number they've provided is $4,000 for the tables, tents, linens, and chairs.
awesome. All right. So I think like impact. Do we have any further information on impact for this piece of legislation or for the query?
I don't think so.
Okay. Query or point of, is it a query?
This really is a point of information.
Point
I'm
of-
just trying to figure out, like, will they not be able to have the event if we don't fund this finance bill?
I would assume so. Would that be a true statement? They wouldn't be able to. Do they have other sources of funding? Point of information. Can do you have the budgets up, Parker? Okay. Because we talked about allowed it for rowing club, I'm going to allow it for this. What other sources of funding do you have? And if this was not funded, would you be able to host the event?
Consult Your Community doesn't do club funds. Club dues. So members don't have to pay dues to be a member in the club. And then
So what other sources of funding do you have?
previously last year, for the first year that they held the event, they went to the Raleigh City Council to request for, I think it was $2,000. Not sure, but they did go to Raleigh City Council to request money, and they were approved for that.
Okay, awesome. And if this was not funded, would Consult Your Community be able to host the event? Do you have an answer?
Right now, what I can provide from the finance committee perspective is that on their budget, they have 3 corporate sponsorships, one in the amount of $2,000, one for $500, and one for $1,000.
Okay, awesome. And then impact question, yes or no? I just need a yes or no. Would you be able to host the event if if this piece of legislation were to not pass?
No, not to the original scale.
Okay. All right. Is that a point of information? Okay. Point of information from Senator Piriani. Use your mic.
Yeah, just following after Senator DeVay's point about the funds received. Am I speaking too closely? Sorry. First time using the mic the whole semester. Is this okay?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so just following up on his point about City of Council's funds, we were able to get $1,000 from them last year. And then for the impact, we would not be able to host this event if we're not able to do so because we do not have club dues. And we also do not do a lot of outside funding events. So considering that we have like a lot more vendors coming in this year, so it would be very impactful and beneficial for them to pass this bill.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to count that as your pro debate. Is that answer your question enough? Okay, perfect. Apperson. Use your mic.
Would you be able to do the event like on a smaller scale? Like, would that still be possible if we don't fund it?
I'm going to these should have been asked during finance committee. I'm gonna Senator Piriani, do you have a point of information?
It is unlikely that we would be able to host the event with the number of vendors that we have coming in, as we're working with a bigger crowd this time, and we have made commitments to work hard and long with them for the past semester. And we would like to be able to work with them throughout the whole semester and be able to provide this event for them.
So it's all or nothing sort of thing in this
Yes.
case? All or nothing. So if all or nothing, does that help answer your question? All right, query from Senator Price.
I know like some of these clubs do have members in this room, but are we going to continue to ask the questions that should have been asked during finance committee?
I think I'm going to say for the future, these if you have questions about this, we need to have we're also running a little bit low. I think like it's hard to have without the secretary of finance committee who's like writing down the minutes and that sort of thing. But I'm going to encourage people to go to finance committee. Go finance committee. As a senator, you can participate in deliberations, ask questions, all that kind of jazz. So with that being said, point of information from Senator Dewberry as well. But you guys do have the right to ask these questions as senators. I'm just going to say.
Yeah.
But so.
I was just going to second Senate President Miranda. While it is best practice to go to Finance Committee, it's also good to keep in mind that this going to Senate and getting approval from all of us is exactly designed for this purpose, so we can ask questions and deliberate just in case we feel like finance missed something or we don't agree with the decision of Finance Committee.
Yeah, you don't have to blind trust. Like, it's asking questions is good. This is also where it's like we should be. I think in the future, when it comes to like where we're getting our answers from, I'm going to refer to the minutes from finance committee, the budgets and that sort of thing. But given that we weren't able to find those immediately, for the sake of time, that's why I'm going back to the members of the clubs. Does that answer your question? Yeah. So just for in the practice in the future, I'm going to talk to just talk to those two. But just given the fairness and also that sort of thing. Point of information from Senator Ledford.
This might be more of a comment than a point of information, but I would also like to note that this kind of borders on to like Senate preparation, and that the Finance Committee, Senator Williams was very kind and answered many a question for me before Senate about the bills that I had. So just a thought.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right. So, okay. So, query from, did I see a query? Okay. Query from Proxy Dixon. Sorry, I can't see your name tag.
Yeah, no worries. I would also say at the same time, we're still asking these questions and getting them answered correct. So even if it's in Finance Committee or not Finance Committee, I know it would be nice if we had it in Finance Committee, but the questions are still getting answered regardless, correct?
Yeah. And also, this could be something that these questions are also answered and written into the bill. Whereas, so like the whereases for the future, thinking about that sort of thing. Anyways, query from Proxy Barker.
At that point, could we not just like have standardized questions for finance? Because
That's something you can propose with, and that can be an initiative that Finance Committee takes up next meeting. That would be a great thing for us to do, I think. If you have any, so let's have that now. If you have any standardized questions that you'd like to send, please send those to me and the finance chair, and we'll get that going. All right, sound good? Okay. With that, is that there's a motion? We're still in the period of questions. This is still questions.
I don't believe it is point of order.
Oh, wait, is it?
Because I
Okay.
gave con debate. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry. Okay. Previous question has been called. Oh, wait, is that a second? Okay. Previous question has been called. Second by Ledford. Sorry. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay. I'm going to say ayes have it. And we're going to go into a roll call vote. So, all right. So, you can vote yes, no, pass, or abstain. So, Abdul Aleem. Okay. Aleem. Al-Shamari. Apperson. Baker. Barker. Barrett. Biggs. Boaz. Kars. Carter Triganti. Cook. DeVay. Davis. Dewberry. Dixon. Dunn. Okay. Fields. Okay. Sorry. Frank. Hardwick. Hernandez. Joshi. Kalanina. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Hold on. Nandula. Perry. Periani. Price. Robertson. Rolfe. Robinson. Roman, Roth, Roy, Shonek, Seitz. Okay, Taylor, Urchuk, Watts, Webster, Wetzbarger, Williams, Lance Williams, Rayshawn Williams. Okay. Yasa, Joe, Spencer, Falso. Okay. Oop, sorry. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna go back through pretty for the passes. Boaz, Davis, okay, Dewberry. Oh, Boaz said yes. Sorry, Barker. Okay. Biggs, Carter, Dewberry.
No.
Dean, Echeburu, Fields, Frank, or sorry, not Frank, Hines, Ibrahim. I'm just going through everybody that hasn't answered. Kolu, anybody who, Roy, Taylor, and Falso. Okay, awesome. Did I miss anybody, or would anybody like to change their vote? Okay. With 33 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative, and 5 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass and will go to the student body president for her signature or veto. Okay. All right, awesome. So I know that y'all are getting a little tired. Do we need to have a wellness break at all? Nope, or keep going. All right, I'm just wondering. Okay, keep on chugging. All right, so FB 64 Alpha Gamma Rho Funding Act.
A finance bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds for the purpose of funding Alpha Gamma Rho.
Okay, are there any questions on this piece of legislation? A query from Senator Urchuk.
How many people are in this fraternity?
Senator Williams.
38 members.
38 members. Is there any other questions? Question from Senator Taylor.
Just out of curiosity, where else does the funding come from for this fraternity?
What other funding sources do they have?
They have $25,000 in dues, which we did note from them that goes completely recycled back into like recruitment activities. Then 2,000 in donations, 2,200 in fundraising, 10,000 in new member dues, which, excuse me, that 10,000 in new member dues goes to recruitment. The 25,000 in brother dues, which is separate, would go just in their general fund. Then the tickets that are sold for this event is $4,000, and then donations they get for this event is $650.
Okay. Can you also balance that, also giving us what is their expenses generally? Looking at that.
It's perfectly even. They have $45,850 in income and same amount going out.
Okay. So this is. So it's a balance. Is that including the finance request?
That's balanced with the request.
Okay. So the request is it is exactly balanced. Does that answer your question? Okay. So they have a lot of money, but they're also spending all of that money. Does that help you? They have, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Senator Rolfe, query.
This is a question for the sponsor of the bill. Do we have an estimate or a quote for the cost of this event and how much we would be covering of that?
So if you look at the bill, this bill would be allocating $600, and they're requesting $2,000. They requested $2,000 from us in total, if that helps.
Yeah, a little bit, but could we get like a full
Like for the full event?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Full event. What's the full event cost?
Well, they very much broke it down for us. I'll try to do this quickly. So for food, $500. For a large banner, $850. They do use that for other activities after. For shirts, $2,500. For tables, $200. Chairs, $100. Donations, which money that they are given donated during this event, they give immediately over to the pot for the farm families. That does never touch the operating costs of the event. And then the mechanical bull is $1,200. The venue is $3,500, and or excuse me, venue, take that off. That's for something else. So $500, $850, $2,500, $200, $100, $500, $1,200 for this event.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Query from Senator Urchuk.
So like, what kind of a banner is this? Like,
Is this
are they getting
tally
it
banner?
like professional? Is it tally? Is it like
What is the banner? More
It's a professional, like very large banner that they hang up at the entrance of this event, and then they recycle it for other things.
Okay, perfect. I have a query from Proxy Dixon.
I apologize for my lack of fraternity event knowledge. Is this is this open to the public or is this just for 38 people?
Good question.
Open to the NC State population and wider community.
Thanks. Awesome. Thank you. Question from is that a point of information? Point of information.
Printing is exceptionally expensive. Like exceptional, like way more expensive than what you think.
Point of information from Senator Seitz.
There's a lot of questions about like financial allegations and not allegations, allocations of the funding. And I do want to be very clear that this is like a huge event that they have specifically for Brotherhood and for farm communities. So they are spending a whole bunch of money here.
This is
Even
like a
though they have
keynote
like
event.
really high dues, they have events that are huge like this. So that way all their money, everything is going for the public for a good cause, which is the NC State Farms. So it's not like they're just having a huge party that we're funding a banner for. Yeah, banners are expensive, but also it's going to the food. And if you think about how many people are going to show up, that's a lot of food that they're paying for. And it's going to be like this huge barbecue and stuff like that. So I just want to put that out there for
Yeah,
any
I'm-
questions or queries.
I'll call that pro debate. But it also, are you a member of this organization?
No, I'm
Okay.
on the finance, so I just
okay,
heard.
Okay, yeah.
So
all
I
right,
was just
awesome, thank
clarifying
you.
for us.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm gonna count that as pro debate, but we're gonna finish questions, and that sort of thing. Okay, DeVay, and then Apperson, and then Barker, and then you.
Do they
Can start asking
do
questions.
they provide previous numbers of how much has been donated to the farm communities, farm families?
Senator Williams. I don't know if there's.
We don't
previous-
have that number.
I don't think we have previous donation numbers, but okay. Apperson.
Hearing this question again is kind of a 2-in-1. I wanted to ask, like, if we don't give them the money, will they still be able to do this event? And 2, are there ways that they can cut some of their expenses, like make their own banner instead of like printing it, like painting one or something like that, or like cutting the electrical bull, which is something you don't necessarily need for the event?
Okay. I guess while we don't know, we can't ask about the cutting expenses part. I'll ask what the impact of not funding this would be.
As far as we really understood, we did get into this a little more of this organization. The event probably would still be able to happen, but because this is a fundraiser type event and all the ticket sales that they receive after the operations of the event is then donated, they are pretty much requesting funds to offset the cost so that they can donate the most they can. But to answer your question, the event probably would still go on.
Okay. Awesome. Does that answer your question? Okay. Perfect. Barker.
Do you have like a estimate of their like attendance at these events? Because like you were saying that it's open to the greater public, and I
Um,
assume that
yeah.
these funds are subject to the same restrictions that appropriations are.
Yes, they are. Is there? Well, okay. Actually, yes and no. But there's still the like has to go to students.
Students.
It has to be at least a majority students.
Okay, so
That's-
it doesn't
that's what the fu-
majority though.
yes, majority,
Is
it's-
it a majority though? is
I
what I'm
can't
asking.
speak on that.
Okay. Senator Sites, or point of information from Senator Price.
I have been to this event every single year since freshman year. It is majority students, like 95% students every single time.
Okay.
And yeah.
All right. Awesome. Thank you for the point of information. Does that answer your question? Okay. Awesome. I know that you didn't get numbers, but did they say about attendance numbers? No. Okay. All right. Anyways, Senator Roy, query.
Okay, I don't know if I missed this or not, but you said that the tickets cost money. Is that money is that included in the budget for the event?
Yes, that was included. In the
Okay,
budget.
thank you. I think I just missed that, but thank you.
Awesome. Query from Senator Lennon.
Is a portion of the proceeds going to donations to their cause, or is all of their proceeds going to the cause?
Whatever after they pay their costs of operating this event is then donated.
So any profits, yes. Is
Yeah,
donated.
profits.
Yes. Does that help you? Yes. So there's not like anything out beyond cost of operation was what was told. So like the rental, that sort of thing, like any sort of rental or venue fees are like beyond after that is subtracted. That's what is going to be donated. Does that answer your question? Yes. Follow up.
So if we gave them this money, it would help them to have the possibility of higher donations to their cause because it's less to pay off?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Does that answer questions? All right. Is that a query from Proxy Lewis?
Apologies for the repetition. What was the ticket price again?
I believe $40. Was it not? 40? Was it 40? 40? Oh, $10. Sorry. I apologize. I don't know where I got
Yes.
40 from. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on, 40 would sorry. I don't know.
And
Sorry,
they also in
I-
their budget expect $4,000 to come in from ticket
that's-
prices.
Sorry. That's where I got that. Sorry. 4,000 for the total. Okay. Query from Senator Urchuk.
Okay, guys, I swear I'm not trying to harp on the banner. Like, I get it, printing's expensive. I'm just curious about, like, you say that it gets reused, right? So do they so this event has been happening for multiple years. Do they request a new banner every year, or like, do we reuse a banner from a previous year? Like, how frequently do we request that? Can I get more information on that?
As far as I am knowing, this is something new that they're doing. And also a big portion that they did mention about the banner is that it will have their sponsors on it. So it was a big thank you since this is a fundraising event.
Thank you.
Okay. Point of information.
Just quick math, but based on questions that have been asked, that would be 400 people showing up.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. About 400 people estimated showing up. Okay. Is that there any other questions? All right. Now we're going to move into debate. Pro debate from Senator Price.
I really enjoy this organization. I think they're really great. And I know whenever they do their fundraisers, the NC Farm families give them a really big thank you. And it also helps put NC State on the map, especially for agriculture, since they're one of the only agricultural schools in North Carolina. So this is a really great look for us. And if they keep donating to NC Farm families, like I said, it'll help build up our reputation some more. And yeah.
Yep. And impact on NC State's reputation is a factor that is considered when we're doing appropriations interviews. Fun fact. So that was pro debate. I'm going to see con debate. I see con debate from Senator Cook.
Yeah, and I think listening to the fact that the event will still go on even if they don't receive this particular appropriation bill is something we do need to consider. And in holding that event and still finding different avenues to explore to, maybe not exactly getting a mechanical bull, but getting something to kind of supplement that expense. It does help them seek out a new innovative way to have a successful event, and instead of having to use our funds in this particular manner. So
Thank you. I have a point of information from Senator Seitz for Finance Committee. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
for a rodeo, I mean, it's a staple to have a mechanical bull, and mechanical bulls are expensive. And it's like something that's fun and everyone wants to do it, and that's what brings a whole lot of people. So if you don't really have a main event, no one's going to show up, and you're not going to get the funding. So it's kind of
it's a core element of the event.
yeah, it's kind of like the big thing for them.
It was kind of pro debate, but I'm gonna give pro debate from Urchuk.
Can you come back to me? It like
Okay, all right. Pro debate from Williams. Yeah.
These are the people I'm elected to represent as a Cal senator. And as you notice, there's a higher number because I am biased towards agriculture. And I think this is an extremely worthy cause. I really support AGR at Alpha Gamma Rho. They are an incredible organization. They're doing great things.
Are you a member of the organization?
I am not.
Okay. I'm just asking because if you are, I would ask you to not debate.
Okay. But
Is there a point of order in the back? Would you like to clarify your statement?
as much as I would like to take it back for a good thing, that's what was said in Finance Committee. We have people who support agriculture, and I would even go further to add that we are a land grant university that is federally required to teach agricultural and mechanical arts. That's why we exist as an institution. As much as I love people from Poole College of Management, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, that is not why NC State exists.
Thank you. All right, that was pro debate. Okay, I have a query from Senator DeVay.
Are we able to amend the final funding amount while it's up for second reading?
It's an amendment on the floor.
Okay.
Do you have an amendment?
No, I just want to clarify.
Okay. Point of information from. Oh, we have a. Okay, wait. Point of information and then the motion. Okay. Mike, yeah.
These orgs have not been notified about the potential funding amount they might get. So if we change something on here, they won't know.
Okay.
Basically,
All right,
we're not like yanking the rug out
hey,
from them or anything.
Can you give us Can you get us the budget and link that to the? Or
Yeah,
send that
I
to
was
me
actually
so
going to
we
ask
can-
if going forward in the future, people
That
would
would
like
be-
every
that-
budget
that would be
alongside every
appreciated.
finance bill.
Yes, that would be
great.
appreciated.
Yeah, I can I
could
can share
we-
that.
Yeah, could we get that for this piece of legislation? Please G-chat that to me so I can just attach that to the agenda. All right. Point of information from Pro Tempore Dewberry, and then we'll entertain your motion if that helps you.
I appreciate all the comments and debate from previous senators, but I'd like to also point out that committee deliberations aren't decided by one particular person or not. While one senator may have had their reasons, it did go through a vote from the entire committee and did receive a majority before it came back to the floor.
Okay. Awesome. Can I get the before we continue with the motion, can I get that agenda sent to me, Parker? Okay. Actually, while we have that, I'm going to ask for the query, and then I'm assuming your motion is to amend the amount, correct? Oh. Is it? Okay. Query.
I sent you the budget.
Okay.
So, can we? There's a lot. So, given that the previous senator is quote unquote or that previous senators in Finance Committee are quote unquote biased towards agricultural things. I do understand that we're a land grant university. I was in FFA for 10 years. I understand the importance of agriculture. However, we can't just be biased to organizations due to the fact that they're important to our land grant status. I don't want us to.
I'm going to count this as con debate.
That's fine. But
okay, if it's con debate, then I have a query that overrides that. So, Shonak.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm just so confused.
okay, I don't want this to also be seen as con debate, but like genuine question. So if the rest of the ticket sales are going to go to are going to be donated, right?
Mhm.
Is this technically and like are we technically donating an additional like $600? Like,
Not directly within guidelines
Right.
because it is the receipts that they're going to submit, but it is an indirect donation. If that,
okay, because
I
they're
guess
gonna
like
have an
if
additional
theoretic-
600.
Yes, they'll
to
have an
donate.
additional
Okay.
600 that is offset if that helps you.
Okay.
So yes, is that I have a query from Webster. Also, actually, sorry, I have a point of information from Sites. Sorry, I forgot about that over there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Real quick, for like our Senate meetings, if someone's like really closely related specifically to any bill that's being passed, we ask that they abstain. I also want to make that clear, that yeah, we are an NC State agriculture, but I'm saying that for most of the senators in the finance committee, put aside that bias, even though maybe one senator has previously stated otherwise. Just putting that out there for clarification.
Abstentions are asked to happen in committee as well, if that helps. Okay, a query from Webster.
So clarification, are they able to like fully fund this event like themselves without the additional $600 from us? And like, will they still have room to be able to donate without our funding? Just kind of going off of the
From what I can
previous
tell,
question.
no, they would not have donation. Well, it says their donation margin is $500. Their donations that with estimated with our contribution is $500. So I guess they would not have donation room, if that makes sense. If that helps you. I guess if that answers your question. Okay, I have a query from Apperson.
I forgot again.
Oh wait, actually, sorry. I'm so sorry. I have a motion. Sorry, that takes precedent.
Okay.
I motion to amend the final funding amount to $500.
Okay. We have a point of information. I'm gonna hold. It's not dead yet, but gonna have a point of information. Point of information from Senator Baker. Sorry.
It's okay. You've only known me for 3 years. I would like it to be known that there were no abstentions in committee on this bill.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the point of information. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion to change the final funding amount from $600 to $500. Is there a second? A second from Senator Perry. Now we're going to go into debate of the question of like the change from 500 to 600. Is there any pro in for 500? Query from Barker. Yeah, there's a couple of them.
Does this actually like substantially change anything? I'm sorry, like $100 to their final amount does not substantially change our. Why would we decrease it by $100 if we're
Is this a pro or con?
No,
for the
why?
amendments?
Like why? What can somebody answer? What about
okay,
this
why
changes?
500? Or why minus 100?
Yeah.
Due to the biases expressed and then to match previous
About the
finance
donation,
bills.
about the previous finance bills?
Yeah.
Okay, previous precedent is why 500. Does that answer your question? Is there other queries on this amendment? Query from Apperson. Sorry.
Okay. I remember to use the mic, guys. You proud of me? Yay!
Sorry.
But okay, so I don't remember. I'm sorry bringing out the banner again, but how much did that cost again?
The budget is linked. So yeah, the banner is $850. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion from Khan.
Can I motion to previous question of this question?
Yes.
Like
So
this
for previous
amendment?
question would be we vote on the amendment immediately.
Okay, yeah, I motion to previous question.
Okay, motion for previous question has been called. Is there a second? Second from Rolf. I'll give it to you. All right, second from Rolf. I saw your hand first before I heard voices. So, all right, all in favor of previous question on the amendment, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay, can we have all the nays go at once? 1, 2, 3.
To clarify, this is a motion to to vote on the amendment?
Yes, vote on the amendment. Okay, so all in favor of voting on the so previous question, so we vote on the amendment. Amendment. Please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, all right. So we're gonna go into so all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Okay. Listen. Okay, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed to the amendment, please say nay. Nay. Okay, so the amendment fails and it remains $600. Okay. All right, motion.
I don't know if this is allowed, so you can tell me if it's not. But can I make the amendment to be less than?
Yeah, as long as it's not the same thing.
Okay. I try to amend it to make it to like $400 instead, or
Okay,
$350.
motion has been made to make it $400. Is there a second? Is there a query? There's a query. Wait, can we resolve the second first? Okay, query. Is there a second to amend it to be $400? A second from Senator Cook. All right. So now we are it's $400. Pro or con, motion from I'm gonna give Williams. Williams.
Move to previous question.
Previous question on the amendment. Okay, from Ledford. All in favor of previous question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right, previous question. All in favor of the amendment to 400, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. All right, amendment fails. All right, so okay. All right, now we're back into the legislation as a whole. I last had motion from Perry. Previous question has been called. That means we go skip debate and all right. All in is there a second? Is there a second from Cars? All in favor of a previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay. All right. Previous question fails. So now we are going back into debate. All right. I last saw con debate. I'm going to see pro debate from Lennon.
I just would like to point out that a lot of the funding we have been giving over the past like 2 or 4 weeks has been to clubs that are not really giving back to the community in these type of ways. This is specifically for an event that its goal is to make a donation. We just sponsored the rowing club, which no hate, but like that they're not giving back in this type of way. So I do have to support this because their whole goal is giving donations back to the community.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. That was pro debate. I see con debate. Con debate from I'm trying to remember who had it first up last. Dixon.
Thank you. So this is not going to be a pro debate. This is while to begin going into my pro debate. While I support agriculture,
pro debate or con debate?
This is con debate, but I'm putting something forward before the con debate.
A motion from Baker.
I move to extend the period of debate by 10 minutes.
Okay, second. There has been a motion to extend the period of debate by 10 minutes. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. All right. Debate is extended by 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll skip the intro. What I was going to say is just because we are a land grant university, kind of going along with what Senator Barker was saying.
Previous senator was saying.
Sorry, it's previous senator. Apologies. This is my first day.
No, it's okay.
Yeah. Hi guys. Anyway, so what I was going to say is if we change the bias, I'm a political science major, if I'm allowed to say that. Let's say that there's a lot of political science majors on there. We don't really have a tie to political science at NC State, but that is still a bias. So I would like to say that just because the bias is in support of the land grant university and seems to be along in alignment with that, if you then change the major, if you then change the college, then I would say that that bias does not hold up in the same way. So I feel like we should be looking at that equally. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That was con debate, and I see a motion from Senator Dunn.
I would like to move to send this bill back to committee because I don't feel fully comfortable passing it after some of the things I've heard tonight. And I feel that this bill needs further work and possibly further questioning from the organization.
Awesome.
And the organization could still receive a refund for this. So
That's
at
the
the
fun
time
thing
line
about
of their funding
finance
won't be
grants is that
impacted.
we have the reimbursement ability. Okay, a point of information from Senator Price.
This event is in 2 weeks.
We can do reimbursements.
So reimbursements
Yep.
can go through finance.
Yes, reimbursement. With appropriations, we are only able to do allocations, but with finance grants, we're able to do allocations and reimbursements. So we can do a reimbursement. All right. So there has been a query.
So I was present at this finance meeting, and I know that a member of the organization that presented on it is present. May I direct a question to you, and then you direct it to them?
What member is present? Okay. Thank you. All right. Go for
Is
it.
there a specific reason you all requested it as a funding? Is like a reimbursement going to be harder for you all to maintain the event?
A reimbursement would not impact our ability to make our donation to NC Farm Families.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
But as we would like, NC Farm Families will be at the event. So we would like to make the announcement of how much we're donating to NC Farm Families. So obviously I'm abstaining on this, but knowing how much that student government is providing us will help in that presentation, because we're just giving them the number. We're not giving them the how.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like with the donation, $600 in the difference of donation, like that's a pretty big number when you're donating like this.
Okay. Thank you. All right. That is motion to send it back to committee. Is there a second? A second from Watts. Okay, so now we're gonna go into a debate about sending it back to committee. All right, motion from Perry. Previous question on the debate of sending it back to committee has been called. Is there a second? A second from Webster. All those in favor of debate on previous question for sending it back to committee, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nay. Okay, previous question fails, and we're going to continue talking about sending it back to committee. Okay, query.
I don't know. Sorry, I don't know how the reimbursements work and stuff. So let's say like it gets like they take it and it gets reworked and stuff, but we still decide that we don't want to give them money. We allocate them for that. Does that still come from like our financing bill? Like we're still like ending up having to pay and stuff. If that makes sense.
If we don't pass this piece of legislation, they don't get money from us.
So even if it's like
Even-
reimbursements,
even if it's reimbursements, like if a piece of legislation does not pass, no money is allocated. Period. Does that help you? Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. That was a query. The question at hand is sending it back to committee. Is there any pro debate on sending it back to committee? Pro debate from Watts.
Okay. I support this organization and the donations. I think this is a really great idea. I just, as someone who has come up for my own organization before and presented my own event to get donations, I've received maybe a quarter of this amount, and I had maybe twice, 3 times the amount of members.
Is this relevant to the question at hand? Is this why you want to send it back to committee?
I just think this is a lot of money for a club that is demanding the high amount of dues that it is, and I think these finances could be managed better.
Okay, so you want to send it back to committee? Okay, correct. All right, awesome. That was pro debate on why to send it back to committee. Con debate on why not to send it back to committee. Dewberry.
I mean, I just don't want to gloss over the fact that that a member of the organization did say that they're announcing the amount they're donating to a charity that day. And so not knowing the amount of money that they're donating that day could inhibit the way it impacts the funding that they receive. And when they know what to use that funding for, I mean, if the charity doesn't know how much money they have, how can they know how to allocate that money for the things it should go to?
Okay, thank you. That was con debate. I have a query. Is this about sending it back to committee? Point of information first. Point of information. We would have one more Senate meeting before this. The event is next Thursday, apparently. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, no. Okay. Event is next Thursday. Okay. All right. So, okay. Query from Shonak.
I don't know if this is relevant to the question at hand, but have those 400 tickets already been sold? Like, is that 4,000 a guaranteed number, or is that what you're expecting? So
Is that the expected or in hand?
Based on previous
based on
years
previous
ticket
years?
sales and the required number of tickets brothers are to sell, using for an increased event size every year, that is the projection we came up in good faith.
Okay. So it's calculated, but based on previous years.
okay, so you still don't know, like, regardless.
We don't have the exact number of tickets.
Okay, because
Do we?
AGR is not prepared to release the current ticket count because that's information to us, but the estimate that we provided to the finance committee was made in good faith.
Okay, awesome. All right. Motion from Khan.
Motion to previous question.
Okay, previous question on the for sending it back to committee is called. All in second from Apperson. All in favor of sending it back to committee. A previous question, which means we're gonna vote on sending it back to committee. Please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Nays have it. We're gonna continue talking about this. Okay. Okay, division has been called. All in favor of previous question, which means we go and vote on it to send it back to committee. Yes. Wait, actually, no. Sorry, it's a property of the floor, so no, you can't do it. Sorry.
Can I clarify? So that was previous question to send it back to the
Yes,
committee.
that was
Okay,
previous
so
question.
now that I feel we still have the debate periods going
Yes,
on.
we still have the
Oh,
debate
never mind.
period.
Okay, no, I take that back.
You rescind your division? Okay,
I take that
great.
back, yes.
Perfect. All right, previous question. So we're still in debate on the sending it back to committee. Con debate, Barker.
Okay, so I'm one of the ones that initially pointed out the bias of a previous senator. However, based on their budget and based on the amount of people they are serving, $600 is an equitable amount, and it does like match their attendance and match their what's it called when they spend money?
Expenses?
Expenses. Y'all, it's 11. It's past my bedtime. But it does make sense. And while I do think that a previous senator did use the word biased, I don't think that was meant in any ill faith towards the fact that they did not set aside their biases during the finance meeting to vote on the amount.
All right, that was con debate on sending it back to committee. Do I have pro debate on sending it back to committee? DeVay.
Going off of previous finance bills and the data from that, like 13,000 that the rowing organization would be expending to go to a spring retreat, and then having 500 for that. This is 600 towards $4,000, 4.2 grand. So if I feel like it can be reconsidered, especially with the amount of discussion and the questions that are being brought up right now. If we send it back to committee, then that would be really beneficial towards reconsidering and making sure, even if it is 600, that it ends up being approved, making sure that everybody's confident in that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That was pro debate. Con debate, Baker.
My arm's starting to hurt.
Sorry,
okay.
There's a lot of different.
There's a
Parley
lot going
Pro.
on in this room right now. Here's my
mug
concern with sending it back to committee. I don't think there's a lot of opinions in this room, and I don't actually think sending it back to committee is going to change a lot of those opinions in this room about the bill itself, right? I think most of us have decided whether or not we think we should fund this organization this money. And it's not about the amount of money at this point, really. It's not about it's about the concept of funding them the money. So sending it back to committee isn't going to solve that particular problem, right? It's also not going to change who's on the committee for me. So the same folks who voted for it the first time are going to vote it the second time. Now, it might changed whether or not they come back with favorable review. I'll be the first to admit that. But somehow I have a feeling that that's unlikely to change. So I don't think sending it back to committee is really going to change anything about this bill. I think we're going to have the same conversation again in 2 weeks. So I think we're better off finishing up this conversation on the floor tonight and deciding whether or not we're going to fund this organization.
Thank you. That was a debate, and we have a motion.
I motion to previous question.
Previous question has been called. There's a second from Barker. And so all in favor of previous question, which means that we are going to vote, but it's asking whether or not we want to go and vote on sending it back to committee. Please say, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Ayes have it. We're going to vote on the piece of legislation. Okay, so, or not, sorry, on sending it back to committee. So all in favor of sending it back to committee, please say aye. All in favor of sending it back to committee, please say aye. Aye. All opposed to sending it back to committee, please say nay. Nay. It's not getting sent back to committee. We're in debate again. Sorry. Okay. Motion from Senator Watts.
Motion to previous question.
Motion second, Ledford. All right. Okay, previous question has been called. This means we're going query. What's up?
Can I get sent to another committee or no, because it's a finance bill?
No, it's only
Oh.
finance bill.
Okay.
Yeah. This like other one. I don't think actually it would even if it was sent back to committee, I think it would get sent back to the same committee. Even like in any other situation. Does that help you? Okay. All right. So previous question has been called. We're deciding whether or not we want to go into a roll call vote. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. Okay. Okay. Also, don't yell just to make it seem like there's more voices. Like, please. Okay. All right. So, previous question has been called. We're going to go into a roll call vote. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for working with me. We're trying to get through this, y'all. All right. So, FB 64. Yes, no, pass, abstain. Abdul Aleem. Aleem. Okay. Al-Shamari. Apperson. No. Baker. Barker. Yes. Barrett. Yes. Biggs. Boaz. Sorry. Okay. Cars. Yes. Chiganti. Pass or yes? Okay. You can change your vote at the end if you want to. Pass? Pass? Okay. All right. Cook. DeVay. Davis. Dewberry.
Yes.
Dixon. It's yes regardless. Okay. Dunn. Fields. Frank. Hardwick.
Yes.
Okay. Hernandez. Okay. Joshi. Kalinina. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Nandula. Perry. Piriani. Price. Do you have to abstain? Abstain? Okay. Robertson. Rolfe. Robinson. Roman. Roth. Roy. Shonek. Seitz. Taylor. Urchuk. Okay. Watts. Webster. Wetzbarger. Williams.
Yes.
Rayshawn Williams. Yasa. Okay, Joe. Okay, Spencer. Falso. Okay, I'll come back to you. All right. Baker. Chiganti. Okay. Fields. Robertson. Rolfe. Robinson. Urchuk. Webster. Okay. Falso. Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but Senator Dean texted that she wanted to vote no, but she's not here, so I don't know.
She didn't participate in debate, so she wasn't here. So no, she can't vote. Sorry, you have to be here to be able to vote informedly, unless you have a proxy. Okay. All right. Did I miss anybody, or would anybody like to change their vote? Okay. Okay. With 27 in the affirmative, 19 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, I think this piece of legislation fails. Yeah. It's half. Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, it's not 2/3. Ignore me. Sorry, it's simple majority. I apologize. It does. I thought it was 2/3 for some reason. Okay. With 27 in the affirmative, 19 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, this piece of legislation does pass and will be sent to the student body president for her signature or veto. All right. Thank you for bearing with us on this, and I'm glad that we had some good discussion about this. And I think we've got also some better things for finance committee to consider in the future. So yeah. Well, now we're gonna go into our last piece of legislation of the night, Sustainable Entrepreneurship Club Funding Act. I'm just gonna read the title: Finance Bill to be entitled an act to allocate student government funds to fund Sustainable Entrepreneurship Club. Is there any questions on this? Question, a point of information from Baker.
It's really a query. Can I request that the finance chair just briefly go back over what we discussed? It's been so long since we did that report.
Okay,
that was a long time
Can
ago.
I give you can you give the report for the piece of legislation, this piece of legislation again? Thank you.
Yes. So this is the Sustainable Entrepreneurship Club at NC State. And let me pull up. Done. I might need you to get the expense report for them because it was not originally linked in the minutes. Yes.
Yeah,
So
let's work on getting that
yeah.
as well in advance of questions. But yes.
But as far as I remember on what it is, they're asking for a lot of different things, and their priority is a makerspace rental for general stuff that they're going to be using for the club, and also a pavilion that they will be renting for their annual fishing competition.
Awesome.
And favorable review coming
Okay.
from committee.
Awesome. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Okay, perfect. All right. So, is there any questions on this piece of legislation? Any questions? This is when you need to ask what's on the bill? Why are you doing this? That kind of thing for finance committee. Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go into a period of debate. Okay. Is there any pro or con debate on the? We last ended with con. We're going to start with pro. Is there any pro debate on this piece of legislation? A query from Senator Urchuk.
This is like a legislative query, but is this the one? Wait. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, is this the one?
This is the one
clerical?
that the first thing says it's for Food and Banner, which was for Alpha Gamma Rho, but later on it says something different. Is that intentional, or should I change it?
Right here. I think it's a copy. I'm going to call that a clerical error. There's a clerical error in the first whereas clause. It should be that. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Everybody okay with that? Changing that? Okay, great. All right, continue. Query from Proxy Barker.
Can you explain the shift from their asked amount of 1,200 to 250? please?
Yeah, what's the 250? Like, I guess, yeah. Can you give the difference in the request versus funding?
I do not have the budget up right now, so I
Okay.
cannot.
Parker, can you send me that budget?
It should have already been sent to you, I believe.
Okay. All right. I got it. And I will link that to the agenda. Give me 2 seconds. You might need, if you can't see it, you might need to refresh the page. All right. Budget is linked. Okay. They're requesting 1,200. And and it would be covering the, it's on the agenda. It's linked on the agenda. And it would be funding the 3D printer makerspace, the general supplies, and pavilion rental, or at least some parts of that. Correct? Okay. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Is there any other questions sorry, we're in debate. Is there any pro debate on this piece of legislation? Pro debate from Barker.
Based on the percentages we've given for the last couple bills and based on their asked amount and then everything that we are funding, it seems like it's all in order comparatively.
Okay. Thank you. That was pro debate. Is there any con debate? Any seeing no con debate, any pro debate? Any debate motion from Secretary Watts?
Motion to previous question.
I was about to end the period of debate. You didn't have to do that. But anyways, previous question has been called. There's a second from Barrett. You've already gotten a second this meeting. Okay. All right. Second from Barrett. All in favor of previous question, please say aye. All opposed, please say nay. Previous question has been called. We're going to go into a roll call vote. Okay. So you can vote yes, no, pass, or abstain. Abdul Aleem. Okay. Aleem. Al-Shamari. Apperson. Baker. Barker. Barrett. Biggs. Boaj. Cars. Chiganti. Cook. DeVay. Davis. Dewberry.
Yes.
Dixon. Dunn. Frink. Hardwick. Hernandez. Joshi. Kalanina. Khan. Kalu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Nandula. Perry. Piriani. Price. Robertson. Rolfe. Robinson. Roman. Sorry. Roth. Roy. Shonek. Seitz. Shahid. Taylor. Urchuk. Watts. Webster. Wetzbarger. Williams. Williams. Yasa. Joe. Spencer. Falso. Okay. Awesome. With 48 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this piece of legislation does pass and will be sent to the student body president for a signature or veto. Thank you guys for bearing with us. We're out of second reading. Now into miscellaneous business. Next Senate meeting, Senate Ween, come dressed in costume. We'll have a costume contest and I'll get some prizes. So, all right, intake form. Please fill this out. Please fill this out. If you haven't completed this, you're going to get absences if you are not assigned to a committee. Application. We need one more CNR. One more CNR. If you have any friends in CNR, please go get them to fill it out. And then also if grad or like we always need people for the queue. So like get all your friends to apply. So headshot opportunities. If you need any headshots, that was a carryover from last week. Senate Ween. Legislative personnel application. We will be sending that out after it gets approved by GROW. Keep it. All right. Now, comments and announcements. Okay. Chief of Staff Gordon.
I just wanted to briefly talk about what just happened tonight. I mean, you're looking at an appropriations process, right? Typically, it's always been the history of student government, fund organization in part. And then you look at an organization that comes up here with Greek letters, and then immediately it's scrutinized. I mean, CYC was too, right? But then when Environmental Club comes up here for pavilion expenses, similar to CYC expenses, also asking for pavilion, we're not going to ask a lot of questions. It just seems like there's a lot of bias, especially towards Greek organizations, especially when we were just talking about how we wanted to support them more earlier in the evening. We did the math. There's $11,000 left, or $12,000 left in allocations. 12,000. We're halfway through the session, right? Our role here is to provide funding to student organizations. The funding that they're asking for was a small fraction of the event that they're putting on, right? Like, to me, it's a no-brainer, right? I'm not a senator. I'm just speaking on what I can speak on. But I know that when I was a senator 2 years ago, I became increasingly frustrated when Senate didn't trust the due diligence of the Finance Committee. I understand there were problems with the bias, but not all members of the Finance Committee were on CALS. And I think in general, people need to trust the due diligence of Finance Committee, or they need to go there and ask more questions. And if they're not asking those questions, when you come to Senate, it's okay to ask a couple questions, but putting intense scrutiny only on organizations with certain letters or certain names is not something that I like to see, especially when I've seen countless Greek organizations persecuted by university administration, university police, student conduct, time and time again. And it's something I've tried to work against, but I just wanted to remind you guys, like, we have unconscious bias trainings. I urge you guys to take part in them and be mindful of your own biases going forward when looking at finance legislation.
Yep. And all finance committee members, yep, if you wanted snaps. Also, all finance committee members are required to go through unconscious bias training when to participate in finance committee. That is also something that is required of them. So, all right. Dewberry.
All right. I'm about to say something. Please forgive me if this sounds at all blunt, but I do have a few questions. I've seen plenty of bills coming through here funding engineering organizations. I don't believe that means I should have to abstain from them because I was elected by engineers. Same thing with grad students, same thing with CHAS, same thing with PCOM. We were elected by our constituencies to serve our constituencies. It's a conflict of interest if you're a member of that particular organization or you're close to someone involved in that organization. It is not a conflict of interest if you are voting on behalf of the people that elected you to do exactly that.
Okay. Thank you. Robertson.
Sorry. So I've just been frustrated sitting here. Maybe I look at this from an older person's perspective, but there's a whole lot of people texting each other, and I see it. So if you're paying attention, then you can make a better decision. I say, get your talking done before and really pay attention during Senate.
Thank you. Okay. Ledford. I'm just kind of going like down the line.
Hey. So first I just want to commend and congratulate the first year senators on having their first full Senate meeting and being so vocal in it. And I'm proud of the rest of us for making this a space that people feel like they can participate in. And I want to echo the sentiment of previous senators that I think all of us really just ask that senators be attentive and prepared and empathetic with each other, as well as if you have any questions or feel passionately about maintaining the integrity of our session and other senators, join Grow.
Yeah, honestly, that's a good ploy for Grow. Williams, you got something?
Yes. So obviously, I feel like I was a poor debater tonight and I hurt a bill that I strongly supported. And while I do stand by my decision to fund Alpha Gamma Rho at a higher level, I realize I need to conduct myself differently sometimes, extend apologies to that organization for hurting them through my debate. And then also moving forward, have some hard conversations with people in finance committee about how I will further conduct myself as a member of finance committee. And then secondly, what I really want to address is I do feel like I have failed on my duty as the secretary of finance committee. There were questions that were asked tonight that I simply was not able to answer, and we probably should have questioned them on that in finance committee. So moving forward, I really want to promise that we will do better as a committee, and that especially my role as secretary, that I'll be able to move into these Senate meetings and be able to answer the questions that y'all have relating to finance bills. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to commend Senator Williams because it takes a lot to like admit you're wrong and you messed up, and I'm really proud of you. Hey, growth moment, yay! Okay, all right. Okay, so Watts. Sorry, I'm trying to get everybody up here and then move forward. Sorry.
Just a few things I missed when I first made my announcement. First, when you like in committees, if you're making amendments, can you make a copy of the original first reading of the document and then share that with me as well? Just makes it easier so we can keep track of the original version of the legislation and then the amended version. Also, please come to Senate meetings prepared, or like when you're debating, please read the legislation, because I feel like we've heard the same questions over and over again, and that extends our Senate meetings. So please read. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Webster.
I just wanted to extend a short thank you to like all of the returning senators who have given the first years a lot of guidance and grace with our questions and confusion. And I've like appreciated the comments that give us feedback for like how to be a good senator, because we have no idea what we're doing. So you guys taking the time to like reflect on how our meetings have gone these past few meetings and give us the advice has like helped us to like be conscious of like what kind of senators we're going to be throughout the year and how we can best serve our constituents. So I just want to thank you all for like giving us guidance and grace.
Okay. Barker.
I'm going to put this as nicely as I possibly can. For these treasury bills tonight, when people spoke for their organization, I'm part of an organization that is coming up soon. We have yet to meet with finance, but we are going to. And I don't feel that it's in order for me to speak on their behalf, nor do I think that we need to during this meeting. Like a previous senator stated, we need to be more thorough during our finance meetings, which is one thing that I am 100% sure that they will do going forward. However, I also think that we need to extend grace to them, seeing as it's exam season, y'all. Everybody's going through stuff. But like, to be completely honest, I think we did as much as we could tonight. But for the same sentiment, we just need to be very careful how we are conducting ourselves during these conversations.
Agreed. And I think, again, to echo that, we did what we could, but we will do better next time. Does that sound good for everybody? All right. Price.
Hey everybody, speaking about tonight, Alpha Gamma Rho is having their rodeo next week. So it is October 24th from 6 to 9 p.m. And if any of you guys would like the ticket link, you can come up to me or Preston, or you can show up at the door at the fraternity house. And we would love to see everyone here be there. And it's a really great event. It's for a really great cause. I would love to see as many of you there as possible.
Please send out any also event announcements over the listserv. Just like anybody who announced things earlier too, just send it out over the listserv, and that people can know about it.
I just want to tag onto her. We'll have the mechanical bull. We'll have barbecue. It will be Eastern North Carolina. I think our sides are going to be beans and slaw this year, and maybe mashed potatoes instead of one of those two. But it's a great time. My favorite event of the fall semester. So please come out.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Done.
Yeah, so I would like to say thank you to Lance for doing all this tonight. This was kind of an irregular finance meeting because I was not able to be there, and he really stepped up and did a lot of that work, and he's never done that before. And so I get it. Your first time, it's always nervous. You're always nervous. But going forward, I'm gonna work on making a standardized list of questions be asked at finance committee. So if anyone has questions that they would potentially like on that, I'm going to send like a rough draft out. And if anyone
Yeah,
has any
send it
amendments
out
or
over the
something like
listserv
that,
and get
please,
feedback.
please email me.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Devay.
I have to commend the finance committee and all the members so far for the grueling questioning that you guys have gone through, and the answers that you've provided to the best of your abilities. I think this meeting was definitely beneficial for all of us and finance committee as to how we can progress and be better as an institution. And I'll agree with the previous senator who mentioned how either senators or representatives of those clubs that are present in a meeting shouldn't be able to input as well. But for this meeting, and I think in the future, once we have that better information, like the budget, oh my God, I was so happy to see that budget because it was able to answer so many of my questions, especially for the last finance bill, and that's why I didn't have one.
Let's
So
edit the finance bill template based on
y'all are
Okay, yeah, I can do that.
y'all are ballers. Keep doing it. Fantastic people. And remember, I am the hearing assistant. So if you guys get an email from Jazar or me at 5 absences, 8, you'll get it from the 2 up there. One's giving me a little look right now. And then 10, you'll be yeah, you had to talk to us.
All
And
right.
that's
All right. Baker, Kars, Urchuk.
I really, really deeply believe that one of the most important things we do in this room is divide up our student fees. I just want to remind everybody that the money that we gave out tonight was your student fee money, your constituent student fee money, which is why we should healthily debate it. I'm going to be honest, I'm really proud of this body tonight. In the last couple weeks, I have not been really proud of this body. I think I've actually been really ugly the last 3 Senate meetings in a row. Sorry. But like we did what we're supposed to do tonight, which was healthily and really talk about what we do with our money. So I know you're tired. I want to go home. I'm defending my dissertation on Monday. So thank you so much. Next time you see me, I'll be Dr. Baker. Literally. So like it's really important and I want to commend you all. Like good job having questions. I really appreciate our finance committee recognizing there's an opportunity for growth. And this is what Senate's supposed to be like.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay. Kars. Sorry. You didn't have your okay, Apperson then. And then sorry, Urchuk.
I did also want to say that oh my goodness, I lost my thought. Even I want to like what's your name? I'm sorry. Pardon? Anil. I did want to say that even though I voted like no on the bill for it, I don't really have any biases against fraternity. I just felt like it's unfair to assume everybody who like votes no on a bill has some kind of a bias on it. Because like that party, it does sound fun. I will give you that. Like I'm not like doubting that it should happen. Like I'm in CNR, which is not exactly cows, but I feel like there's some overlap and stuff. But it seems like a very fun party, and I'm glad it can happen still.
Okay, thank you. All right, Urchuk.
I said it earlier, but I'm going to say it again because it's really important to me. I have an event tomorrow from 4:30 to 6:30. It starts in Harrisfield, and it's actually a really big deal for me and my job, my place of employment. My boss needs to be proud of me. So if you can make it, I'm going to send it out over the link server that I was getting there. We're working really hard for women's rights. So if that's something you believe in, please, please, please show up. You don't even have to go vote. We're just encouraging people to. Thank you. Oh, also, Liam Payne died tonight. Rest in peace.
Okay. All right. Carreño.
Hi, everyone. Just plugging again tomorrow. Government Affairs has worked in collaboration with Pack the Polls to have living room conversations with City of Raleigh candidates. It's an election year. These City of Raleigh candidates that are going to make decisions about NC State zoning, funding, everything in Raleigh are going to be on campus to talk to you. Sign up at the link in my report or over the listserv that I sent out today. Please, please, please come out and talk to the candidates that are going to represent us.
I forgot to put this in my report, but also Senate goes to vote. Folks, there's ways to check your sample ballot and that sort of thing. Please, if you want to vote with everybody else, vote with some other senators like we do, like many times over the course of this meeting. Just be prepared so we can all do that together. All right, or go vote early. Early voting starts when? Yay! Okay, perfect. All right. So, all right. Is there any other comments and announcements? Okay, please do not pack up because I need to be able to hear everybody. So, all right. So we are going to go into closing roll call. Yippee! All right. So, say present if you're present or proxy if you are a proxy. All right. Abdul Aleem. Okay. Ahmed. Aleem. Okay. Al Shamari. Apperson. Baker. Barker. Barrett. Barrett. Okay, present. All right. Biggs. Okay. Boaz. Okay. Y'all bear with me. It's not quite as simple as doing a vote. Sorry. Cars. Okay. Carter, absent. Chiganti. Okay. Cook. DeVay. Davis. Okay. Dewberry.
Present.
Dean. Absent. Dixon. Okay. Dunn. Echeburu. Fields. Frank. Hardwick. Hernandez. Hines. Absent. Ibrahim. Absent. Joshi. Kalinina. Khan. Kolu. Ledford. Lennon. Lewis. Lundergan. Mengistub. Mobley. Nandula. Perez. Perry. Piriani. Pittman. Price. Rao. Robertson. Robinson. Rolfe. Roman. Roth. Sorry, you're checked in now. Roy. Sorry, apologies. Shonek. Seitz. Shahid. Smith. Taylor. Urchuk. Watts. Webb. Webster. Wetzberger. Watley. Williams. Williams. Zolikan. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yasa. Joe. Okay, and then Spencer. And Falso. Okay. With 48 present, 18 absent, and 6 proxies, we do have quorum, and all of our business is valid. And